Greetings, my fellow adventurers. It's Alara. Welcome back to our cozy sanctuary, where the flicker of wands and the whispers of enchantment weave together a tale of friendship, courage, and the magic that binds us all. Tonight, I'm delighted to share with you a special 6 hours of Harry Potter stories and tales that take us from the heart of Hogwarts to the shadowy corners of the wizarding world. Through moments of mystery, triumph, and resilience, let these stories remind us of the power of love, loyalty, and the unbreakable bonds of friendship. So, find your coziest spot. Let the enchantment of these tales surround you, and allow yourself to be transported into the unforgettable world of Harry Potter. Let's begin. The castle of Hogwarts was alive with the sounds of students bustling about, eager to enjoy the last few days before Christmas break. Snow had already blanketed the grounds, turning the school into a winter wonderland, and the great hall was glowing with festive cheer. But Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, and Ron Weasley were in no mood for celebrating. They had uncovered something in the library, something that led them to believe that Rowena Ravenclaw, one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts, had a hidden room within the castle, one that had never been found. "Look at this," Hermione said excitedly, pointing to an ancient, dust-covered book she had found buried deep within the library's restricted section. It's an old text about the founding of Hogwarts, and it mentions a room known only to Rowena Ravenclaw. Ron, who had been more focused on the gingerbread men he'd brought back from the Great Hall, blinked. A hidden room? Like the Room of Requirement? Hermione shook her head, her eyes gleaming with discovery. No, this is different. According to this, Rowena used the room for secret research, and it's said to hold powerful magical artifacts that might not have been seen since her time. Harry, who had been sitting across from them, leaned forward. If this room exists, it could be anywhere in the castle. And considering how big Hogwarts is, we might never find it. Ron finished, sighing. But Hermione, always a step ahead, was already flipping through the pages. Not exactly. There's a clue hidden in one of Rowena's old sayings. You know the famous one. Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure. I think the room is tied to that. And there's something about a riddle. Harry grinned. So, you think the room can only be found by answering a riddle? Exactly, Hermione replied. And not just any riddle. A riddle of great complexity, one worthy of Rowena Ravenclaw herself. That evening, under the cover of darkness, the trio made their way through the winding corridors of Hogwarts. The castle was eerily quiet, save for the faint sounds of portraits, snoring in their frames, or the occasional swoosh of a ghost passing by. They headed toward the Ravenclaw Tower, hoping that the entrance to the lost room might be somewhere nearby. When they reached the top of the tower, they found themselves facing the grand bronze eagle knocker that guarded the entrance to the Ravenclaw common room. Hermione stepped forward, her hand trembling slightly as she reached for the knocker. The eagle's eyes glowed faintly as it spoke. I am always hungry. I must always be fed. The finger I touch will soon turn red. What am I? Hermione smiled, her mind racing. That's an easy one. The answer is fire. The door swung open, revealing the entrance to the Ravenclaw common room, but Hermione didn't step inside. Instead, she examined the walls around the entrances, her fingers brushing over the stone, searching for any hidden markings or symbols. "Do you think it's behind here?" Ron asked, watching as Hermione worked her way along the wall. "I'm not sure yet," she replied, her voice thoughtful. "But there has to be something here. If Rowena hid the room near Ravenclaw Tower, she wouldn't make it easy to find." Just then, Harry's hand brushed against a smooth patch of stone, and he paused. "Wait. Hermione, come look at this." Hermione hurried over, her eyes widening as she saw what Harry had discovered. The stone wasn't like the others. It was polished and carved with faint, intricate patterns. She pulled out her wand and muttered, "Lumos." The light revealed a delicate engraving of an eagle, wings spread wide. "That's it," Hermione said excitedly. "That's Rowena's mark. We found it." Harry and Ron watched as Hermione pressed her hand against the engraving. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, slowly, the stone began to shift, revealing a narrow passageway hidden behind the wall. The trio exchanged a glance before stepping inside, their wands lighting the way. The passageway was long and winding, the air growing colder the deeper they went. As they reached the end, they found themselves standing in front of an ancient wooden door, its surface covered in runes and symbols none of them recognized. Above the door, inscribed in a neat, flowing script, were the words, "Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure." "It's a riddle," Hermione said, her brow furrowed in concentration. "We have to solve it to get inside." As they stood there, the door itself began to speak, its voice deep and resonant. "I speak without a mouth, and hear without ears. I have no body, but I come alive with the wind. What am I?" Harry, Ron, and Hermione stood in silence for a moment, each of them thinking hard. Then, Hermione's face lit up. "It's an echo!" she exclaimed. "The answer is an echo." The door creaked open, revealing a small, dimly lit room beyond. The air inside was thick with the scent of old parchment and ancient magic. As they stepped inside, they found themselves surrounded by shelves filled with scrolls, books, and strange artifacts. At the center of the room was a pedestal, and resting on it was a beautifully carved diadem, Rowena Ravenclaw's lost diadem. Harry's heart skipped a beat. This is it. The diadem of Ravenclaw. Hermione approached the diadem carefully. It's said to grant wisdom to the wearer, but what's it doing here? Suddenly, a low voice echoed through the room, causing the trio to freeze. "Who dares enter my chamber?" A ghostly figure materialized before them. A tall woman with a sharp, regal presence. Her eyes were piercing blue, her robes flowing like water around her. It was Rowena Ravenclaw herself. "Rowena Ravenclaw?" Harry whispered, unable to believe his eyes. The ghostly founder nodded, her gaze cold but curious. "You have found my chamber. Few are worthy. Tell me, What do you seek?" Harry swallowed, stepping forward. "We seek knowledge. We want to understand more about the diadems and your magic." Rowena's eyes softened slightly. "Knowledge is the true measure of greatness. But beware, for with great knowledge comes great responsibility. The diadem has been hidden for centuries, protected from those who would misuse it. Are you prepared for the burden that comes with such power?" Hermione nodded. "We are." Rowena Ravenclaw's ghost studied them for a moment longer before slowly fading away, her voice echoing in the room. "Use it wisely." As her presence vanished, the room grew still once more. Hermione carefully picked up the diadem, cradling it in her hands. "This is incredible," she breathed. "We found it. The lost diadem of Ravenclaw." Harry smiled, feeling a sense of accomplishment wash over him. "Let's get this back to Dumbledore. I think he'll want to know about our little adventure." As Harry, Ron, and Hermione made their way out of the hidden room beneath Ravenclaw Tower, the weight of their discovery hung heavy in the air. The diadem of Ravenclaw, thought lost for centuries, now rested in Hermione's hands. But the momentary triumph they had felt after uncovering the lost room had begun to fade, replaced by a growing sense of unease. Hermione broke the silence as they reached the spiral staircase leading back to the main corridors of the castle. "We need to tell Dumbledore immediately. This diadem, it's powerful. I can feel it." Harry, still feeling the presence of Rowena Ravenclaw's ghost in his mind, nodded. "We don't know what kind of magic it holds. If it's anything like the other Founder's artifacts, it could be dangerous." Ron, walking slightly behind them, looked nervous. "You think it's cursed, don't you? After everything we've been through with Horcruxes, I can't shake the feeling that this diadem isn't just a pretty relic." Hermione tightened her grip on the diadem. "That's what I'm afraid of, Ron. The other artifacts we found, the locket, the ring, the cup, they all held dark magic. This diadem may be different, but we can't be sure until Dumbledore examines it." They hurried through the winding corridors of Hogwarts, their footsteps echoing against the stone walls. It was late, and most students were either in their common rooms or asleep, which was a relief. No one questioned why the three of them were sneaking through the castle with an ancient magical artifact in hand. But as they turned a corner, something strange happened. The diadem, which had been resting quietly in Hermione's arms, began to glow with a faint blue light. Hermione?" Ron said, his voice shaky. "Is it supposed to do that?" Hermione stopped in her tracks, her eyes wide. "No, it's not. This is new." The glow grew brighter, and suddenly, a cold breeze swept through the hallway. Even though the windows were firmly shut, the temperature dropped rapidly, and the once quiet castle now seemed to hum with an unsettling energy. "What's happening?" Harry asked, his hand instinctively going to his wand. Before Hermione could respond, a figure began to materialize in the middle of the hallway, right in front of them. At first, it was just a shimmer of light, but as it took shape, they recognized the tall, regal figure of Rowena Ravenclaw's ghost. her eyes filled with the same sadness they had seen in the hidden room. "You should not have taken the diadem," the ghostly figure said, her voice cold and distant. "It was never meant to be found." Hermione stepped forward, her voice calm but firm. "We didn't mean any harm. We're trying to protect it. There are people, dark wizards, who would use this for terrible purposes. We need to give it to Professor Dumbledore." Rowena Ravenclaw's ghost shook her head, her expression turning even more sorrowful. "The diadem carries a burden that no one should bear. It holds not only wisdom, but a curse. It was cursed long ago, when my daughter, Helena, stole it. Her betrayal tainted its power." Harry's heart sank. He had learned about Helena Ravenclaw, the Grey Lady, and her tragic story, but he hadn't realized that the diadem itself had been affected by her actions. "So, it's cursed," Ron said, his voice tight with fear. "Like a Horcrux?" Rowena's ghost floated closer, her ethereal form flickering. "Not in the same way, but the diadem corrupts those who seek to possess it. It twists their minds, making them believe they are invincible. It was my greatest creation, but it became a tool of ruin." Hermione looked down at the diadem in her hands, her expression conflicted. "We need to destroy it, don't we?" Rowena's ghost nodded. "Only by destroying it can the curse be lifted, but the destruction of the diadem is no simple task. It must be done in the place where it was first forged, in the heart of Ravenclaw Tower, in a room only the truest of Ravenclaws can find." Harry exchanged a glance with Ron and Hermione. "So, we have to go back? Back to the hidden room?" "The true room of Ravenclaw," Rowena corrected. "The place where I created the diadem still exists, but it is hidden within the tower. Only someone with both the intelligence and the humility to seek knowledge for the greater good can find it." Hermione nodded, determination in her eyes. "I'll do it. If this is the only way to end the curse, then we have to try." Rowena's ghost began to fade, her voice becoming softer. "Be careful. The path ahead is fraught with challenges. You will face tests of the mind and heart. Only by proving yourself worthy will the room reveal itself." As the ghost disappeared, the cold air lingered, and the diadem continued to glow faintly in Hermione's hands. The trio quickly made their way back to Ravenclaw Tower, their minds racing with the gravity of their task. The enchanted staircase spiraled upward, leading them once again to the grand bronze eagle knocker at the entrance. "Do you think it's the same as last time?" Ron asked nervously, glancing at the eagle. Hermione shook her head. "No, this is different. Rowena said the true room of Ravenclaw is hidden. The question is how we find it." As they approached the knocker, the eagle's eyes glowed, and it spoke in a clear, melodic voice. "To enter, you must answer. What is it that no man can own, but all men can share?" Harry frowned, thinking hard. It wasn't a question of desire or ambition. It was something more fundamental. Hermione, her mind sharp as always, spoke up. "Knowledge. The answer is knowledge." The eagle knocker swung open, revealing the Ravenclaw common room once again. But this time, something was different. A faint, glowing path of blue light appeared on the floor, leading toward the far wall, where a large tapestry hung. "It's showing us the way," Harry whispered. They followed the glowing path, and as they reached the tapestry, it shimmered and vanished, revealing a hidden door behind it. Without hesitation, Hermione pushed open the door, and they stepped into a room unlike anything they had seen before. The true room of Ravenclaw was breathtaking. The walls were lined with towering bookshelves, filled with ancient tomes and scrolls. At the center of the room stood a tall, shimmering statue of Rowena Ravenclaw herself, her diadem resting on her brow. The room glowed with a soft, magical light, and in the air, faint whispers of ancient knowledge floated around them. "This is where it was forged," Hermione said softly, her eyes wide with awe. "This is where Rowena created the diadem." But as they stepped closer to the statue, the whispers grew louder, more insistent. The room seemed to react to their presence, as if testing them. "Be careful," Harry warned. "This must be one of the challenges Rowena mentioned." Suddenly, the statue of Rowena raised its hand, and the whispers formed into a single, clear voice. "To destroy the diadem, you must prove that you seek knowledge for the good of all, not for your own gain. Show me your heart's true desire." Hermione stepped forward, holding the diadem tightly. "I don't seek knowledge for power or glory. I seek it to help others, to protect those I care about." The statue's eyes glowed, and the diadem in Hermione's hands began to tremble. A soft light enveloped the diadem, and slowly it began to crack. "You are worthy," the voice of the statue said. With a final burst of light, the diadem shattered into pieces, and the room fell silent once more. As they left the true room of Ravenclaw, the weight of their mission lifted from their shoulders. The curse of the diadem had been broken, and the ancient artifact was no more. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged relieved smiles as they made their way back through the corridors of Hogwarts, knowing that they had once again saved the school from a powerful and dangerous magic. But as they walked, Harry couldn't help but wonder what other secrets Hogwarts still held, and what other challenges awaited them in the future. The Enchanted Mirror of Helga Hufflepuff. It was a quiet Saturday evening at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and most students had retreated to their common rooms for a relaxing night of games and homework, but not Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, or Ron Weasley. The trio found themselves in an unusual location that night, the Hufflepuff Common Room. They had been invited by Professor Sprout to help with a special task. In her role as head of Hufflepuff House, Professor Sprout had discovered something hidden deep in the Hufflepuff dormitories, something that had belonged to Helga Hufflepuff herself, one of the founders of Hogwarts. "Why would she ask us?" Ron muttered under his breath as they made their way through the school. "We're Gryffindors. Shouldn't she ask some of her own students?" Hermione rolled her eyes. "She asked us because we've had experience with artifacts belonging to the founders of Hogwarts. Think about what we've found before. Salazar Slytherin's locket, Ravenclaw's diadem. She knows we're capable." Harry, who had been walking quietly beside them, looked thoughtful. "I just hope this isn't another Horcrux. I've had enough of those to last a lifetime." As they entered the Hufflepuff Common Room, they were greeted by Professor Sprout. The cozy, earth-toned room was filled with plants hanging from the ceiling and growing along the windowsills. It was peaceful, and the warm, golden light of the fireplace made it feel like home. "Thank you for coming," Professor Sprout said, motioning for them to follow her deeper into the room. "I've recently come across an artifact that I believe belonged to Helga Hufflepuff. It's been hidden away for centuries, and I'm not entirely sure what its purpose is. I thought you might be able to help me figure it out." She led them to a small alcove near the back of the common room where a tall, ornate mirror stood covered by a dusty cloth. "Is that a mirror?" Ron asked, raising an eyebrow. Professor Sprout nodded. "Yes, but it's no ordinary mirror. It has a strange, magical aura, but I can't figure out what it does." Hermione stepped closer, inspecting the mirror. The frame was golden, intricately carved with patterns of leaves and vines. In the center of the frame, at the top, was the Hufflepuff badger symbol, and beneath it, an engraving in flowing script read, "The truth of the heart reveals the way." Harry frowned, eyeing the mirror. "Does it show your heart's desire, like the mirror of Erist?" Hermione shook her head. "No, I don't think so. This is something different." She turned to Professor Sprout. "Has anyone looked into it?" "Not yet," Professor Sprout replied. "I thought it best to leave it alone until we knew more." Ron took a step back. "Maybe we should just leave it alone. Mirrors like this never seem to end well." But Harry, ever curious, reached for the edge of the cloth. "We'll never know if we don't take a look." Before anyone could stop him, Harry pulled the cloth off the mirror. For a moment, the room fell silent, as they all stared at the reflective surface. At first, nothing happened. It was just a normal mirror, showing their reflections back at them. But then, something strange occurred. The reflections in the mirror began to change. Where there had once been 3 students and a professor, now there stood 4 distinct versions of themselves, dressed in different clothes and standing in a completely different room. The versions of Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Professor Sprout in the mirror were older, their faces filled with wisdom and understanding. "What's happening?" Hermione whispered. The mirror Harry stepped forward and spoke, though his words couldn't be heard. His reflection raised its hand and pointed directly at real Harry, as if giving him a silent instruction. Harry's heart raced. "What is this?" "I think..." Hermione hesitated. "I think the mirror is showing us who we'll become, our future selves." Ron stared at his reflection, frowning. "Why do I look so tired? I thought the future was supposed to be better." But Hermione wasn't listening. Her eyes were fixed on the engraving at the top of the mirror. "The truth of the heart reveals the way," she muttered to herself, piecing it together. "This mirror doesn't show what we desire," she continued, her voice stronger now. "It shows who we are meant to become, the truest versions of ourselves. It's not about what we want. It's about what's inside us, what drives us." Professor Sprout nodded. Helga Hufflepuff was known for valuing loyalty, hard work, and kindness. I believe this mirror was designed to help her students discover their true selves and their potential. Harry stared at his future reflection. "So, this is who we're supposed to be?" "It's a guide," Hermione said, turning to him. "A reminder that our choices define who we become. This mirror doesn't determine our future. It just reflects what's possible." They stood there for a few more minutes, each of them lost in thought, contemplating what their future selves had revealed. The mirror was not something to fear. It was a gift, a tool to help them understand the paths they were on and the people they could become. Eventually, Professor Sprout cleared her throat. "I believe we should keep this mirror in a safe place, but I'm glad we were able to learn more about it." Hermione nodded, her eyes still fixed on the mirror. "Yes, it's an incredible artifact. Helga Hufflepuff must have wanted her students to always strive to be their best selves." As they left the Hufflepuff common room, Harry couldn't help but glance back at the mirror one last time. His future reflection stood there, watching, offering silent encouragement. It reminded him that while the road ahead would be difficult, he had the strength to face it. The midnight duel in the Chamber of Whispers. It had been a quiet week at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, but Harry Potter couldn't shake the feeling that something was brewing. Ever since they'd returned to school for their 6th year, there had been whispers among the students, rumors about a mysterious group of Slytherins practicing dark magic in secret. Some claimed they were searching for an ancient power, hidden deep within the castle, something even the founders feared. One evening, as Harry sat in the Gryffindor common room with Hermione Granger and Ron Weasley, his suspicions grew stronger. "Harry," Hermione began, looking up from her textbook, "I overheard some Slytherins talking in the library today. They mentioned something about a chamber of whispers. Does that ring any bells?" Harry frowned. "Sounds like another secret chamber, but I've never heard of it before." Ron groaned, sinking lower into his chair. "Not another secret room? Haven't we found enough of those already?" Hermione shook her head, her expression serious. "This one's different. It's not like the Chamber of Secrets or the Room of Requirement. According to what I overheard, this place is even older, something from before the founders fully established Hogwarts." Harry's mind raced. Another hidden chamber, another potential danger. And after everything they had been through with Voldemort, he had learned to trust his instincts. Something was definitely wrong. "We need to find out what's going on," Harry said, standing up. "If there's a group messing with dark magic, we can't just sit here." Ron sighed, but nodded. "I knew you were going to say that." Later that night, under the cover of darkness, the trio snuck out of Gryffindor Tower and made their way through the quiet, shadowy halls of Hogwarts. The air was thick with anticipation, and the castle seemed to hum with an energy that made Harry's skin prickle. "Where do we even start looking?" Ron whispered, glancing around nervously. "This place is huge." Hermione was already ahead of them, consulting an old faded map she had found in the restricted section of the library. "I think the Chamber of Whispers is hidden somewhere near the dungeons, maybe even below them. This map suggests a hidden passage in the corridor outside Snape's old office." "Great," Ron muttered. "More dungeons." As they descended deeper into the school, the temperature dropped, and the walls became colder and damper. Their footsteps echoed softly through the empty corridors, and every creak and groan of the castle seemed magnified in the stillness of the night. Eventually, they reached the corridor Hermione had indicated on the map. At first glance, it looked like any other dungeon hallway, dark, narrow, and lined with old stone walls. But something about the air felt different, heavier. "This is it," Hermione whispered, her voice barely audible. "There's a hidden door here somewhere." Harry and Ron immediately began inspecting the walls, running their hands over the cold stone, searching for any sign of a hidden entrance. After a few tense moments, Harry's fingers brushed against a loose stone, and with a soft, grinding noise, part of the wall shifted, revealing a narrow, spiraling staircase that descended into the darkness below. "Let's go," Harry said, his heart racing. They made their way down the stairs, wands raised to light the way. The deeper they went, the more oppressive the atmosphere became, as if the air itself was thick with old magic, long forgotten by most. Finally, they reached the bottom of the stairs and found themselves standing in front of a large, intricately carved door. The door was covered in ancient symbols and runes that seemed to pulse faintly in the dim light. "This is it," Hermione said softly, her voice tinged with both awe and fear. Harry stepped forward, his hand resting on the door's surface. "Whatever's in there, we need to be ready." With a deep breath, he pushed the door open. The room beyond was massive, its walls lined with towering stone columns that reached up to a ceiling lost in shadow. In the center of the chamber stood a stone altar, and around it, hooded figures moved in eerie silence, their faces obscured by shadows. Harry's stomach dropped as he recognized some of the figures, Slytherin students, including several from his year. They were gathered around the altar, muttering incantations in a language Harry didn't understand. "We're too late," Ron whispered, his voice tight with fear. "No," Harry said, his jaw set in determination. "We're not too late. We can stop this." He stepped forward, his wand raised, but before he could make his presence known, one of the Slytherins turned and spotted them. It was Draco Malfoy. "Potter," Malfoy sneered, lowering his hood. "I should have known you'd poke your nose where it doesn't belong." "Stop this, Malfoy," Harry said, his voice steady. "You don't know what you're messing with." Malfoy's eyes flickered with uncertainty for a brief moment, before he raised his wand. "You think you can stop us? This is bigger than you, Potter. We've found power here. Real power. The kind that will change everything." Harry took a step closer, his wand still raised. "You don't understand. This place, whatever magic you're playing with, it's dangerous. It's not something you can control." The other Slytherins, emboldened by Malfoy's defiance, began to circle around Harry, Ron, and Hermione, their wands at the ready. The tension in the room was palpable, and Harry could feel the magic in the air growing stronger, darker. Before anyone could make a move, a sudden, deafening crack echoed through the chamber, and the floor beneath them began to tremble. The symbols on the walls and the altar began to glow brighter, pulsing with an ancient energy. "What's happening?" Hermione shouted, her voice filled with panic. Malfoy's face paled. "This wasn't supposed to happen." The ground shook violently, and a low, rumbling growl filled the chamber. From the center of the altar, a dark, swirling vortex began to form, growing larger with each passing second. "We need to stop it," Harry yelled, raising his wand. "Hermione, can you reverse the spell?" "I'll try," Hermione shouted, her wand already moving in complex patterns as she muttered a counter curse under her breath. The vortex continued to grow, its dark energy threatening to engulf the entire room. Harry and Ron stood by Hermione's side, defending her from the advancing Slytherins, their wands flashing with defensive spells. Malfoy, realizing the danger, lowered his wand. This wasn't what we wanted. We were supposed to control it, but it was too late. The magic they had unleashed was far beyond their control, and now it threatened to consume them all. With one final, desperate flick of her wand, Hermione completed the counter curse, and the vortex began to shrink. The ground beneath them stilled, and the glowing symbols faded back into darkness. For a moment, there was silence. Harry nodded. "Yeah, but for now, let's get back to the common room. I think we've had enough excitement for one night." The Hogwarts Express roared down the tracks, its scarlet paint gleaming against the crisp September sky. Inside, the compartments buzzed with chatter and excitement as students, new and returning, shared their summer tales. In one of the compartments toward the middle of the train, a group of 4 boys sat huddled together, their voices low and their grins mischievous. James Potter leaned back against the plush seat, twirling his wand between his fingers. His messy black hair, which seemed permanently disheveled, framed a face alight with confidence and mischief. Across from him, Sirius Black, his best friend and partner in crime, lounged with an air of effortless cool, his dark hair falling into his strikingly handsome face. Beside Sirius, Remus Lupin sat with a book on his lap, though he wasn't reading it. Instead, his amber eyes darted between his friends, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. And then there was Peter Pettigrew, perched at the edge of his seat, his round face eager and attentive as he clung to every word the others said. "We'll need a plan for the sorting feast," Sirius said, his voice dripping with excitement. "Something big to start the year off right." James grinned. "How about turning Snivellus's robes green? He could use a splash of color." Remus sighed, though there was a hint of amusement in his tone. "You'll get detention before the year even starts." "That's practically a tradition," Sirius retorted, shrugging. "Right. Prongs?" James laughed and raised his wand in a mock toast. "Here's to another year of glory, mischief, and driving Snivellus mad." Peter chuckled nervously, his small, darting eyes flickering between the others. "We won't get caught, will we?" Sirius clapped Peter on the shoulder, his grin widening. "Wormtail, my dear friend, where's the fun if there isn't a little risk?" As the train sped on, the conversation shifted to Quidditch, the upcoming classes, and the latest rumors about new defense against the dark arts teachers, another tradition of Hogwarts. But as the sun began to set, and the rolling hills outside turned golden, the conversation grew quieter, more thoughtful. Later that evening, after the sorting feast and the welcome speeches, the 4 boys found themselves in their familiar corner of the Gryffindor common room. The fire crackled warmly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows across the walls. Most of the other students had already retired to their dormitories, But James, Sirius, Remus, and Peter lingered. Remus sat closest to the fire, the flickering light casting sharp angles on his face. His hands were clasped tightly together, his expression unusually solemn. James and Sirius exchanged a glance, their earlier laughter fading. "It's this weekend, isn't it?" James asked softly, his voice losing its usual playfulness. Remus nodded, his gaze fixed on the flames. "The first full moon of the term." Peter shifted uncomfortably, looking between his friends. "Do you think... will it be worse this time?" "It doesn't matter how bad it is," Sirius said firmly. "We'll be there, like always." Remus looked up, his amber eyes filled with gratitude and guilt. "You don't have to, you know. It's dangerous." "Moony," James interrupted, his tone resolute. "We've been over this. We're not letting you face it alone." Sirius leaned forward, his grin returning. "Besides, we've got a few new tricks up our sleeves this year. Right, Prongs?" James smirked, reaching into his robes and pulling out a piece of parchment. He unfolded it with a flourish, revealing a map filled with intricate lines and dots. "The beginnings of the ultimate Hogwarts guide," he said proudly. "The Marauders map," Sirius said, his voice reverent. "It'll show every secret passage, every hidden room, and every pesky prefect." Peter's eyes widened. "But how did you—" "Magic, Wormtail," James said, winking, "and a little help from Sirius's family library." Remus couldn't help but smile, though his brow remained furrowed. "This is brilliant, but it's not going to keep you safe if something happens." "We've got it covered," Sirius said confidently. "Trust us, Moony. We've been planning all summer." The night of the full moon arrived faster than any of them anticipated. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the castle grounds were bathed in silver light, the four boys made their way to the Whomping Willow. The ancient tree stood like a sentinel, its gnarled branches swaying menacingly in the wind. James pressed the knot at the base of the tree, freezing its wild movements, and the group hurried into the hidden passage beneath its roots. The tunnel was damp and dark, the air thick with the scent of earth and decay. At the end of the passage lay the shrieking shack, its creaking boards and broken windows standing in stark contrast to the pristine grounds of Hogwarts. Remus hesitated at the threshold, his breathing shallow. "You should go," he said, his voice strained. "It's almost time." "Not a chance," Sirius said, his wand drawn. "We're staying." The transformation was nothing short of terrifying. A brutal, agonizing display of muscle and bone twisting into something primal and feral. When it was done, the werewolf, Moony, stood in the clearing, a towering figure of fury. Its amber eyes glowed with savage intensity, its claws digging into the earth as it bared its teeth in a snarl that seemed to echo through the forest. James, Sirius, and Peter exchanged a glance. They had faced this moment before, but it never grew easier. "Don't engage directly," James said quickly, his voice low but firm. "We distract him, wear him down. Stay quick, stay out of reach." Before the werewolf could lunge, James transformed. His stag form materialized in a flash of magic, his antlers catching the moonlight as he bounded forward. He didn't charge Moony. Instead, He dashed around him, keeping just out of range while making himself an obvious target. The werewolf snarled and snapped, its attention drawn to the swift, graceful movements of the stag. Sirius moved next. He transformed into his sleek black dog form, darting around the werewolf's side with agility and precision. He barked sharply, nipping at the beast's heels, keeping its focus divided. Each time the werewolf turned toward him, Sirius leapt back, his movements quick and calculated. He was relentless, a constant distraction, forcing the creature to keep spinning in frustration. Peter, as a rat, darted under the werewolf's feet. His small form was nearly invisible in the moonlight, and he used this to his advantage. Whenever the werewolf planted its claws, Peter would scurry over the ground and nip at its paws, forcing it to stumble. The beast growled in confusion, its balance disrupted as it swiped aimlessly at the ground. Their coordinated efforts were not about overpowering the werewolf. They knew they couldn't. Instead, they used their speed, agility, and teamwork to keep it off balance. James would feint toward it, his antlers gleaming, only to bound away as Sirius lunged in from the side, snapping just close enough to draw the beast's attention. Meanwhile, Peter's constant interference kept the werewolf from gaining steady footing, its frustration mounting with every failed swipe. The forest was alive with the sounds of the struggle, the sharp barks of Sirius, the heavy hooves of James, and the guttural growls of the werewolf. Yet, amidst the chaos, there was precision in their movements, an unspoken understanding between them. They moved as one, a seamless team honed by years of friendship and practice. As the minutes passed, the werewolf's attacks grew less frenzied. Its snarls turned to confused growls, and its swipes became sluggish. It staggered, its powerful limbs trembling as exhaustion began to set in. The coordinated efforts of them had worn it down, their relentless strategy forcing it into submission, without ever delivering a blow. Finally, the beast let out a low, rumbling growl and collapsed to its knees. Its breathing was heavy and labored, its feral gaze softening. James stopped his pacing and stood a short distance away, his stag form calm and steady. Sirius, still in his dog form, moved closer, his growls replaced by a low, soothing whine. Even Peter scurried out from the shadows, staying just out of reach but no longer darting around. The werewolf looked at them, its amber eyes flickering with faint recognition. For a moment it hesitated, its head tilting as though trying to remember. The primal rage had ebbed, leaving a fragile but undeniable spark of humanity behind. Slowly, the stag approached. James lowered his head, his antlers no longer a threat, but a symbol of peace. The werewolf did not flinch. It remained still, its heavy breathing the only sound in the clearing. And as the moonlight bathed them all in its silvery glow, the beast's wildness was tempered, not by force, but by the unyielding bond of friendship and trust. When the sun rose, the four boys emerged from the passage, exhausted but triumphant. Remus, now back in his human form, leaned heavily on James for support. "You did it," he said weakly, his voice filled with awe. "You actually did it." James grinned. "Told you we had it covered." Sirius clapped Remus on the back, his smile wide. "You're stuck with us now, Moony. No getting rid of us." Peter nodded fervently. "We're in this together." As they made their way back to the castle, their bond felt stronger than ever. They were more than friends. They were a team, a family. And though they didn't know it yet, their adventures were just beginning. The days after the full moon brought a sense of normalcy back to Hogwarts. Or at least as normal as life could be, with James Potter and Sirius Black around. Lessons resumed. Quidditch practices filled the air with the whooshing sound of broomsticks, and the castle hummed with the energy of students settling into the rhythm of the term. But for the Marauders, the previous night's events had left an indelible mark. Their bond had deepened, their loyalty tested and proven, but the cost of their friendship's strength lingered quietly in the back of their minds. Remus Lupin, though grateful for his friend's unwavering support, remained hesitant. The full moon had left him weak, his hands trembling slightly as he scribbled notes during a charms lesson. Sirius noticed and nudged him. "You look like you've been in a duel with a Hungarian horntail," Sirius whispered, grinning. "Want me to write Flitwick a note? Dear Professor, Moony here is recovering from being an absolute legend last night." Remus rolled his eyes, but couldn't suppress a smile. "I'll manage. Thanks. Unlike you, I actually pay attention in class." From the front of the classroom, Professor Flitwick cleared his throat. "Mr. Black, if you have something to share with the class, please enlighten us." Sirius leaned back, unbothered. "Just telling Moony how brilliantly he handled last night's duel, Professor." Flitwick's eyebrows shot up. "A duel? Interesting. Perhaps you'd like to demonstrate your dueling skills after class?" James stifled a laugh, and Peter's face turned pink as he tried to hide his amusement. Sirius groaned, but gave Flitwick a cheeky salute. "Absolutely, Professor. I'll be ready." The Marauders' mischievous streak continued unabated, but beneath their pranks and banter, something deeper brewed. It began with Sirius noticing an unusual pattern during their nighttime escapades, using the Marauders' map. "You lot ever notice how Snivelus disappears into thin air at odd hours?" Sirius asked one evening as they lounged in the Gryffindor common room. The firelight flickered across their faces, casting long shadows on the walls. Peter perked up. "You mean he's sneaking out of the castle?" "Not exactly," Sirius said, pointing to the map spread across the table. "Look here. He's in the library, and then, poof, he's gone. No hidden passages, no secret doors. Just gone." James leaned forward, his hazel eyes narrowing as he studied the map. "That's odd. Even Peeves leaves a trail." "Maybe he's got an invisibility cloak," Peter suggested. Sirius shook his head. "Doesn't work like that, Wormtail. The map shows everyone, cloaks or not." Remus frowned, his usual calm demeanor giving way to concern. "If he's hiding something, it can't be good." "Exactly," Sirius said, his grin widening. "Which means it's up to us to find out what it is." James nodded, already formulating a plan. "Tomorrow night, after curfew, we follow him." The following evening, the Marauders gathered in the Gryffindor common room, their wands at the ready. The Marauders' map lay open on the table, its ink shimmering faintly in the dim light. "There he is," James said, pointing to a dot labeled Severus Snape moving through the library. "Let's see where he goes." The four of them slipped out of the common room under the cover of James's invisibility cloak, The castle was eerily quiet, the only sounds their soft footsteps and the occasional creak of old wood. They moved swiftly, following the dot on the map as it made its way through the library. When they reached the library, they found Snape hunched over a large tome, his greasy hair falling into his face as he scribbled notes furiously. The Marauders watched from the shadows, waiting to see what he would do next. After several minutes, Snape closed the book and tucked it under his arm. He glanced around nervously before heading toward the restricted section. "Where's he going?" Peter whispered. "Let's find out," James replied, his grip tightening on his wand. Snape stopped in front of a seemingly ordinary bookshelf and muttered something under his breath. To the Marauders' surprise, the shelf shifted, revealing a hidden passageway. "Well, that's new," Sirius muttered. They waited until Snape disappeared into the passage before following. The corridor was narrow and dimly lit, the air thick with the scent of dust and damp stone. The Marauders moved cautiously, their wands raised. The passage opened into a small, circular room, lined with shelves of ancient books and strange artifacts. Snape was at the center of the room, examining a dark, glowing orb. His lips moved as he whispered an incantation, the orb pulsing faintly in response. "What is that?" Peter whispered, his voice trembling. "Something bad," Sirius said, his eyes narrowing. "We need to stop him." Before they could act, Snape turned, his eyes widening as he spotted the Marauders. "Potter!" he hissed, his wand snapping up. "What are you doing here?" "Funny. We were about to ask you the same thing," James said, stepping forward with his wand drawn. "What's that orb, Snivelus? Another one of your dark little secrets?" Snape sneered. "You wouldn't understand." "Try us," Sirius said, his tone dangerous. The tension in the room crackled like static as Snape's grip on his wand tightened. Before anyone could make a move, the orb flared, filling the room with an intense light. The walls seemed to ripple, and a low, ominous hum filled the air. "Enough of this," Snape snapped, pocketing the orb. "You have no idea what you're meddling with." He turned and fled down the passage, leaving the Marauders stunned. Back in the Gryffindor common room, the Marauders gathered around the fire, their faces tense. "What was that thing?" Peter asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "Something dangerous," Remus said, his brow furrowed. "We need to find out more about it." "And how do we do that?" Sirius asked. "It's not like Snape's going to hand it over." "We'll figure it out," James said, his tone resolute. "But one thing's clear. Whatever Snape's up to, it's not good, and we're not letting him get away with it." As the fire crackled and the castle settled into silence, the Marauders knew they were on the brink of something much bigger than their usual mischief. The stakes had been raised, and the bonds of their friendship would be tested like never before. The atmosphere in the Gryffindor common room was tense, the morning after the confrontation with Snape. The Marauders sat huddled around the fireplace, the glowing embers casting flickering shadows on their faces. James leaned forward in his chair, his hands gripping the arms tightly, as he tried to piece together the events of the previous night. "That orb," he said, breaking the silence. "It wasn't just some trinket. Whatever it is, it's powerful. And dangerous," Remus added, his voice calm but laced with concern. "The way it reacted when Snape spoke to it, it's not ordinary magic." Sirius leaned back, crossing his arms. I say we go straight to Dumbledore. Let him handle it. This isn't the kind of thing we can take lightly." James shook his head. "No, not yet. If we go to Dumbledore now, we'll lose any chance of figuring out what Snape's really up to. He'll deny everything, and that passageway might be sealed for good." Peter, who had been nervously biting his nails, chimed in. "But what if he uses that thing again? What if it's, something dark?" Remus sighed, running a hand through his hair. "It's dark magic. That much is clear. The question is why Snape has it, and what he's planning to do with it." "We follow him again," James said firmly. "He's bound to go back to that passage, or do something else shady. We'll catch him in the act and figure it out." Sirius smirked, his usual mischief glinting in his eyes. "And if we catch him, we'll make him talk, one way or another." That night, armed with the Marauders' map and James's invisibility cloak, the group set out to track Snape. The dot marked Severus Snape moved steadily through the castle, pausing briefly in the dungeons before heading toward the library. The Marauders followed at a safe distance, their footsteps muffled by the thick stone floors. When they reached the library, they saw Snape slip through the restricted section once more. The hidden passageway opened with a flick of his wand and a muttered incantation. This time, however, the Marauders didn't wait. They followed him immediately, the cloak shielding them from view. The narrow corridor seemed longer than before, the air heavy with an oppressive energy. The whispers they had heard the previous night were gone, replaced by an eerie silence that made their skin crawl. At the end of the passage, the circular room came into view again. Snape stood at the center, the orb resting on a pedestal. Its dark glow seemed more intense, pulsing faintly like a heartbeat. Snape was chanting softly, his wand hovering over the orb. "What's he doing?" Peter whispered, clutching Sirius's sleeve. "Shh," Sirius hissed. "Let's find out." The chanting grew louder, the words unfamiliar but charged with power. The orb began to glow brighter, its surface rippling like water. The light cast strange shadows on the walls, and the room seemed to hum with energy. Remus leaned closer, his voice barely audible. "He's trying to activate it." James's hand tightened on his wand. "We can't let him." Without warning, Sirius stepped out from under the cloak, his wand raised. "All right, Snivellus, enough of your dark magic nonsense." Snape froze, his chant cut off mid-sentence. He turned, his face pale, but his eyes blazing with anger. "You," he spat. "What are you doing here?" "Stopping you from whatever this is," Sirius said, gesturing toward the orb. "Dark magic doesn't suit you, Snivellus. Too much power for one slimy git." Snape's wand snapped up. "You don't understand what this is." "Oh, we understand plenty," James said, stepping out from under the cloak with the others. "You're meddling with something dangerous, and we're not going to let you." "You think you can stop me?" Snape sneered. "You have no idea what this orb is capable of." "We don't need to," Remus said calmly, his wand steady. "We just need to stop you from using it." Before anyone could act, the orb flared brightly, as if reacting to the tension in the room. The hum grew louder, and the ground beneath their feet trembled. Snape's expression shifted from anger to fear. "Don't!" he began, but it was too late. A shockwave erupted from the orb, sending everyone sprawling. The walls of the room seemed to shimmer, and a strange, translucent barrier formed around the pedestal. the Marauders scrambled to their feet, wands at the ready, as shadowy figures began to materialize within the barrier. What is that?" Peter stammered, backing away. Remus's face was grim. "It's a ward, a protective spell, but it's corrupted." The shadowy figures stepped forward, their forms shifting and unstable. They seemed to be made of smoke and light, their movements fluid and otherworldly. One of them turned its hollow gaze towards Snape, who was frozen in place. "You have summoned us," it said, its voice like the rustling of dead leaves. "Why?" Snape opened his mouth to speak, but no sound came out. The figure turned its attention to the Marauders, its form flickering ominously. "You do not belong here." Sirius raised his wand. "Neither do you, Smokey." Before he could cast a spell, the figure lashed out, its shadowy tendrils whipping through the air. The Marauders scattered, their wands flashing as they tried to hold the creatures at bay. James's Stupefy spell passed harmlessly through one of them, while Sirius's Incendio only seemed to anger it. "They're not corporeal," Remus shouted, deflecting a tendril with a shield charm. "We need to break the ward." "How?" Peter yelled, his voice cracking with panic. "The orb!" James shouted. "We need to cut its connection to the barrier." As the battle raged, Remus darted toward the pedestal, his wand aimed at the glowing orb. Snape, realizing their plan, moved to intercept him, his wand flashing with a disarming spell. Remus barely managed to dodge, the spell hitting the wall behind him with a loud crack. "Don't touch it!" Snape shouted. "You'll make it worse." "Worse than this?" Sirius retorted, hurling a stunning spell at Snape. The Slytherin deflected it, his movements quick and precise. James joined Remus at the pedestal, his wand aimed at the orb. "What do we do?" he asked, his voice tight with urgency. Remus examined the orb, his mind racing. "We need to disrupt its flow of magic. If we can weaken the ward, the shadows will dissipate." "Great," Sirius said, fending off another tendril. "How do we do that?" "Together," Remus said. "Focus your magic on the orb. Disrupt its rhythm." The Marauders formed a circle around the pedestal, their wands trained on the orb. Even Peter, his hands trembling, joined in. They concentrated their spells, their combined magic clashing with the orb's power. The room filled with light and sound as the orb's glow began to flicker. The shadowy figures hissed, their forms becoming less distinct. Snape watched, torn between anger and fear, as the ward began to collapse. With a final burst of energy, the orb shattered, its pieces scattering across the room. The shadows vanished, and the room fell silent. The Marauders stood in the wreckage, their breaths heavy. Snape was on his knees, his wand lying forgotten beside him. "You have no idea what you've done," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "Neither do you," James shot back. "But we're going to find out." As they left the hidden room, the shattered pieces of the orb glowing faintly behind them, the Marauders knew their fight with Snape was far from over. The orb had unleashed more questions than answers, and the shadows it summoned hinted at dangers yet to come. But together, they were ready to face whatever came next. The Gryffindor common room buzzed with quiet murmurs as the Marauders gathered around their usual spot by the fireplace. The events of the previous night weighed heavily on them. The shattered orb and the shadows it had unleashed were more than just a mystery. They were a warning. James leaned forward in his chair, his brow furrowed in concentration as he scanned the Marauders' map. The other three sat nearby, their expressions reflecting the same unease. "We can't let this go," James said, finally breaking the silence. That orb was no ordinary artifact, and those things it summoned, they weren't ordinary magic either. "Tell me something I don't know," Sirius muttered, running a hand through his hair. "The question is, what do we do now? We can't just wait for Snape to pull another stunt like that." "We need answers," Remus said, his calm voice steadying the group. "And we're not going to get them by sitting here." Peter shifted uncomfortably. But what if the orb was just the beginning? What if there's more of them? Or worse? "That's exactly why we have to act," James said firmly. "If Snape knows more, and I'm sure he does, we need to find out. But first, we need to figure out where he's getting this stuff." The Marauders spent the next few days observing Snape more closely than ever. Using the invisibility cloak and the map, they tracked his movements through the castle, noting every suspicious detour and secretive meeting. It didn't take long for them to notice a pattern. Snape spent an unusual amount of time in the library's restricted section, often disappearing into the same hidden passageway they had followed him through. "I bet he's using that room for more than just the orb," Sirius said as they reviewed their findings late one evening. "There's got to be something down there. A stash, a source, something. But what if it's not just him?" Remus asked, his voice thoughtful. "What if he's working with someone? Or for someone?" The thought sent a chill through the group. If Snape wasn't acting alone, it meant the situation was far more dangerous than they had imagined. "We're going back," James declared. "If there's anything left in that room, anything at all, we're going to find it." Late that night, the Marauders slipped out of Gryffindor Tower, the invisibility cloak shielding them as they made their way to the library. The castle was eerily quiet, the usual creaks and groans of the old building seeming louder in the stillness. When they reached the restricted section, James used his wand to open the hidden passageway. The door slid open with a faint rumble, revealing the narrow corridor beyond. The group moved cautiously, their wands casting a faint light as they descended. The circular room at the end of the passage looked much as they had left it, though the shattered remains of the orb had been cleared away. The pedestal stood empty, its surface marked with faint scorch marks from the battle. Remus knelt beside the pedestal, running his fingers over the markings. "These runes, they're not just decorative. They're part of the magic that powered the orb." "So if the orb's gone, what's powering the room now?" Peter asked, his voice trembling slightly. "That's what we're going to find out," James said. As they searched the room, Sirius noticed a faint draft coming from one of the walls. He pressed his hand against it, and to his surprise, the wall gave way slightly. "There's something here," he said, motioning for the others to help. Together they pushed against the wall, revealing a hidden passageway. The air beyond was damp and cool, carrying the faint scent of earth and stone. "This just keeps getting better," Sirius muttered as they stepped into the passage. The tunnel was long and winding, its walls lined with strange carvings that seemed to shift in the flickering light of their wands. The whispers they had heard before returned, faint but persistent, as if the very walls were alive with secrets. This isn't just a room, Remus said, his voice tinged with awe. It's part of something much bigger. As they ventured deeper, the tunnel opened into a vast underground chamber. The ceiling was high and arched, supported by massive stone pillars. At the center of the room stood a large, circular table made of dark stone. Around it were several chairs, their backs carved with intricate designs. "What is this place?" Peter asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "A meeting hall," James said, his eyes narrowing. "For who, though?" As they approached the table, Sirius noticed a collection of objects arranged neatly in the center. There were more orbs, though smaller than the one they had destroyed, along with several old tomes and scrolls. One of the books lay open, its pages filled with strange symbols. Remus picked up one of the scrolls, his brow furrowing as he read. This is a record of meetings, names, dates, places. It's all here." James leaned over his shoulder. "Whose names?" Remus pointed to one of the entries. The group fell silent as they read the name written there in bold, elegant script. Severus Snape. "And here's another one," Remus said, his voice grim. "Lucius Malfoy." "This isn't just Snape," Sirius said, his expression dark. "This is an entire network." Peter backed away, his face pale. "We shouldn't be here. If they find out, they won't," James said firmly. "But we need to get this information to Dumbledore. This isn't just about Snape anymore. It's about the entire school." Their discovery was cut short by the sound of footsteps echoing through the tunnel. The Marauders froze, their wands at the ready. "Someone's coming," Sirius hissed. "We need to move." They gathered as many of the scrolls and tomes as they could carry, stuffing them into their robes. As the footsteps grew louder, they extinguished their wands and slipped back into the tunnel, their movements silent and deliberate. The journey back to the library was tense, every sound amplified by their heightened senses. When they finally emerged from the hidden passage, they hurried back to Gryffindor Tower, their hearts pounding. Back in the safety of their dormitory, the Marauders spread the stolen documents across James's bed. The evidence was damning, revealing a secret organization operating within the walls of Hogwarts. The group pored over the information, their determination growing with each revelation. "We've got them," James said, his voice filled with resolve. "But this isn't over. If Snape and Malfoy are involved, there's no telling how deep this goes. And no telling how dangerous it is," Remus added. "We'll need to be careful." Sirius grinned, his usual mischief returning. "Careful? Where's the fun in that?" Despite his joke, the group knew the stakes were higher than ever. They had uncovered a secret that could shake the foundations of the wizarding world, and they were determined to see it through, no matter the cost. The Gryffindor dormitory was cloaked in silence, save for the faint rustling of parchment as the Marauders sifted through their stolen cache of documents. The candles burned low, casting long shadows on the walls, as James read aloud the last line of a particularly damning scroll. "This isn't just Hogwarts," he said, his voice grave. "This goes beyond the school. There's something bigger happening here." Sirius leaned back in his chair, arms crossed. "It makes sense. Snape, Malfoy, and whoever else is in on this, they're not just playing at schoolyard politics. They're building something, and they're doing it right under our noses. Remus tapped a finger on the map they had drawn from the documents. We've seen the pieces, but we haven't found the heart of it. If there's a leader to this group, they're hiding well. Peter shifted uncomfortably. What if we're wrong? What if this is too big for us? James turned to him, his eyes burning with determination. We've come too far to back out now. Whatever they're planning, we're the only ones who can stop it. Remus nodded. We've got the evidence. All we need is the final piece, proof that ties it all together. The Marauders agreed that the best course of action was to confront Snape directly. If he truly was a key player in this secret organization, then he would know where to find its leader. It was a risky plan, but time was running out. The scrolls indicated that a meeting was imminent, and they had to act before it was too late. Using the invisibility cloak, they followed Snape's movements over the next 2 days. He seemed more secretive than ever, slipping away during odd hours and disappearing into the same hidden passage beneath the library. We corner him there, Sirius whispered as they crouched in the shadows near the passage entrance. No enforcers, no escape. James nodded, his grip tightening on his wand. This is it. No holding back. The hidden room was dimly lit, its walls lined with shelves of ancient tomes and artifacts. Snape stood at the center, examining a small, glowing orb that pulsed with an eerie green light. He didn't hear the Marauders until it was too late. Going somewhere, Snivellus? Sirius sneered, stepping out from the shadows with his wand raised. Snape whirled around, his eyes narrowing as he spotted the group. Potter, Black, Lupin, Pettigrew. I should have known you'd stick your noses where they don't belong. James stepped forward, his wand steady. We know what you've been up to, Snape. The secret meetings, the artifacts, the scrolls. Who's behind it? Snape's lips curled into a sneer. You think you're clever, don't you? Always the heroes. Always meddling in things you don't understand. Then enlighten us, Remus said calmly, though his grip on his wand betrayed his tension. What's the orb for? Who are you working for? For a moment, Snape hesitated. Then, to their surprise, he lowered the orb and looked directly at James. You think I'm the villain here? You have no idea what's coming. If you did, you'd be begging to join us. Before the Marauders could press him further, the room trembled, and a low hum filled the air. The orb in Snape's hand flared brightly, casting eerie shadows on the walls. What did you do? Sirius demanded, his wand aimed at Snape's chest. Snape smirked. It's not me you should be worried about. You're too late. The glow of the orb coalesced into a swirling portal, and from it stepped a hooded figure draped in dark robes. The air around them seemed to ripple with raw magic, and their presence filled the room with a palpable sense of dread. The Marauders instinctively formed a defensive line, their wands raised. Who are you? James demanded, his voice steady despite the tension. The figure's voice was low and resonant. I am the architect of balance, the one who will reshape this fractured world. And you, children, are nothing more than a fleeting inconvenience. The figure raised their hand, and a wave of energy shot toward the Marauders. James countered with a shield charm, but the force of the attack sent them all sprawling. The room erupted into chaos as spells flew in every direction. Sirius hurled a stunning spell, but the figure deflected it effortlessly. Remus tried to flank them, using the shadows to his advantage, but the figure anticipated his every move. Peter cowered behind the others, firing off weak disarming charms that barely made a dent. "Focus!" James shouted, his voice cutting through the din. "We can do this together." Drawing on their bond, the Marauders coordinated their attacks. Sirius distracted the figure with a barrage of hexes, while James and Remus worked together to create a diversion. Peter, despite his fear, managed to sever the figure's connection to the orb, causing their power to falter. For a moment, it seemed like they might win. But then the figure unleashed a burst of dark magic that threw them all to the ground. "You cannot win," it said, its voice cold and unyielding. "You are but children playing at war." As the figure prepared to deliver the final blow, Snape stepped forward, his wand raised. "Enough!" he shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos. The figure paused, turning to Snape with a mixture of surprise and amusement. "You would betray me, Severus? I didn't join this to destroy everything," Snape said, his voice steady, but filled with defiance. "You promised balance, not annihilation." The figure hesitated for a moment, its expression unreadable beneath the hood. Snape took the opportunity to unleash a powerful spell that severed its connection to the orb entirely. The glow dimmed and the figure staggered, its power waning. "Now!" James shouted, rallying the Marauders. Together, they unleashed a barrage of spells, forcing the figure to retreat. The room trembled violently as the portal began to collapse, pulling the dark figure back into its depths. "You think you've won?" the figure snarled, their voice echoing ominously. "This is only the beginning." With a final surge of energy, the portal closed, and the room fell silent. The Marauders and Snape stood in the wreckage, the air heavy with the aftermath of the battle. For a moment, no one spoke. Then Sirius turned to Snape, his wand still raised. "You've got a lot of explaining to do." Snape glared at him but didn't retaliate. "You don't know what you've interfered with. The Council isn't gone. They're everywhere." "And whose side are you on exactly?" Remus asked, his tone sharp. "My own," Snape replied. "But if you're smart, you'll keep your heads down. You've made enemies tonight, powerful ones." Without another word, Snape turned and left, disappearing into the shadows of the tunnel. Back in the Gryffindor dormitory, the Marauders sat in their usual spot by the fire, their expressions grim. The scrolls and tomes they had recovered were spread out before them, their secrets still waiting to be uncovered. "We stopped them, for now," James said, breaking the silence. "But Snape's right. This isn't over." Sirius smirked, though his eyes were serious. "When has it ever been over? We'll face whatever comes next, just like we always do." Remus nodded. "Together." Peter, though shaken, managed a small smile. "Yeah, together." As the fire crackled softly, the Marauders made a silent vow. They would protect Hogwarts, no matter the cost. The bonds they had forged, and the truths they had uncovered, would guide them through whatever challenges lay ahead. For now, though, they allowed themselves a moment of peace. The night was quiet, the shadows banished, if only for a while. Hagrid's day had started much like any other. The crisp autumn air filled the Hogwarts grounds as he strode across the dew-covered grass toward the castle, Fang trotting happily at his heels. His morning chores of feeding the thestrals and checking on the pumpkins in his garden were done, leaving him time to enjoy a leisurely breakfast in the great hall. However, just as he reached the doors, a screech owl swooped down and dropped a letter into his hands. The envelope bore the unmistakable wax seal of the Hogwarts headmaster. Hagrid frowned, his large fingers carefully breaking the seal. The note inside was brief, but urgent. Hagrid, your presence is required in my office immediately. This is a matter of utmost importance. Albus Dumbledore. Hagrid's curiosity piqued as he turned and made his way toward the headmaster's office. Dumbledore's requests were never to be taken lightly, and the tone of the note suggested something serious. The spiral staircase leading to the office seemed to stretch endlessly, but Hagrid barely noticed. He knocked on the polished oak door and entered at Dumbledore's beckoning. Hagrid," Dumbledore greeted him warmly from behind his desk. The headmaster's long silver beard gleamed in the morning sunlight filtering through the stained glass windows. Fawkes, his phoenix, let out a soft trill from his perch in the corner. "Morning, Professor," Hagrid said, tipping his hat nervously. "What's this all about?" Dumbledore gestured for him to take a seat, before producing a small wooden crate from beneath his desk. The crate was about the size of a shoebox, intricately carved with runes that glowed faintly. Hagrid felt the faint hum of magic emanating from it, as Dumbledore placed it gently on the desk between them. "Hagrid, inside this crate lies something extraordinary and extraordinarily dangerous," Dumbledore began. His tone was calm, but carried a weight of seriousness. "It is the egg of a crimson basilisk." Hagrid's eyes widened in astonishment. "A crimson basilisk? I thought they were just legends." "Many did," Dumbledore admitted, his eyes twinkling with curiosity. "This egg was discovered during a raid on a dark wizard's hideout. How the egg survived this long is unclear, but it has begun to stir. This means it could hatch at any time." Hagrid leaned closer, his immense curiosity battling with a sense of dread. Basilisks were rare and dangerous enough, but a crimson basilisk? Their venom was said to be even more potent, and their fiery gaze capable of scorching entire forests. "And you want me to—" "I need you to take this egg to a safe location," Dumbledore said firmly. "Somewhere remote, where it can be protected. We must prevent it from falling into the wrong hands. A creature like this could be devastating if controlled by those with malicious intent." Hagrid straightened in his chair. "Of course, Professor. You can count on me." "I knew I could," Dumbledore replied with a small smile. "But Hagrid, I must warn you. There are those who know of this egg's existence. They will do anything to claim it." Hagrid nodded solemnly. "I'll be careful." Dumbledore handed him the crate, and as Hagrid took it into his large hands, he felt the weight of not just the egg, but the responsibility it carried. By the time Hagrid returned to his hut, he had formulated a rough plan. He would take the egg deep into the Forbidden Forest, to a hidden grove protected by ancient wards. It was one of the few places he knew that could shield the egg from prying eyes, until Dumbledore decided what to do next. As he secured the crate in his pack, a knock came at his door. Hagrid opened it to find Harry Potter standing there, looking curious. "Hagrid, what's going on? I saw you leaving Dumbledore's office," Harry said, craning his neck to peek inside the hut. "Nothing you need to worry about," Hagrid replied, but his evasive tone only made Harry more suspicious. "Hagrid," Harry said firmly, crossing his arms. "You're hiding something." Hagrid sighed, scratching his beard. All right, but you gotta promise not to tell anyone." Harry nodded, and Hagrid explained the situation, keeping his voice low. As he described the crimson basilisk egg and the dangers surrounding it, Harry's eyes widened. "That sounds serious," Harry said. "You're not going alone, are you?" "Well, I was planning to—" "No way," Harry interrupted. "If there are people after this egg, you'll need backup. I'm coming with you." Hagrid hesitated, but Harry's determined expression left no room for argument. "Fine," Hagrid relented. "But you do exactly as I say. You hear me?" Harry grinned. "Deal." The Forbidden Forest was alive with its usual symphony of rustling leaves and distant howls. The towering trees loomed overhead, their branches twisting together to form an almost impenetrable canopy. Sunlight barely filtered through, casting the forest floor in dappled shadows. Hagrid led the way, his lantern casting a warm glow, as Fang padded silently beside him. Harry followed closely, his wand at the ready. "How far is this grove?" Harry asked, glancing around nervously. "Not too far," Hagrid replied. "But we'll have to be careful. This forest's got eyes and ears." As they ventured deeper, the sounds of the forest seemed to shift. The usual calls of birds and rustling leaves grew fainter, replaced by an eerie silence. Harry's grip on his wand tightened. Suddenly, Fang let out a low growl. His ears perked up. Hagrid stopped in his tracks, holding up a hand for Harry to do the same. "Someone's following us," Hagrid muttered. Harry spun around, scanning the shadows. "Who?" "Don't know," Hagrid said, his eyes narrowing. "But they ain't friendly." Before they could react, a voice called out from the darkness. "Going somewhere with that egg, Hagrid?" Harry and Hagrid turned to see a figure emerge from the shadows. Clad in a dark cloak, the man's face was obscured, but his wand was drawn and glowing faintly. "That's none of your business," Hagrid growled, stepping protectively in front of Harry. "Oh, I think it is," the man said, his voice smooth and mocking. "That egg is worth more than you can imagine, and I intend to claim it." "Not while I'm breathing," Hagrid shot back, raising his crossbow. The man smirked. "We'll see about that." With a flick of his wand, the man sent a bolt of red light hurtling toward them. Hagrid fired his crossbow, the bolt intercepting the spell mid-air. "Harry, stay behind me," Hagrid shouted, reloading his weapon. But Harry wasn't about to stand idly by. "Expelliarmus!" he shouted, aiming his wand at the man. The spell missed, and the man retaliated with a flurry of curses, each one narrowly missing Hagrid and Harry. Fang barked furiously, lunging at the man, but he deflected the dog with a simple flick of his wand. "We can't fight him here," Hagrid said, pulling Harry back. "We need to move." As they retreated further into the forest, the man pursued them, his curses lighting up the darkness like fireworks. The chase through the forbidden forest had only just begun. But Hagrid knew this was only the first of many obstacles. With Harry by his side, and danger at every turn, he would need every ounce of courage and wit to protect the crimson basilisk egg and complete his mission. The shadows of the forbidden forest seemed to grow deeper as Hagrid and Harry pressed on. The faint rustle of leaves and distant crackle of twigs betrayed the presence of someone, or something, following them. Harry's wand was gripped tightly in his hand, the tip faintly glowing with a soft lumos. Fang growled low and steady, his ears flat against his head. "Hagrid, do you think it's one of those people Dumbledore warned you about?" Harry whispered, his voice barely audible over the forest's whispers. "Could be," Hagrid muttered, his eyes scanning the dense trees. "Stay close, Harry, and keep that wand ready." The two continued cautiously, their footsteps muffled by the mossy ground. Every so often, Hagrid glanced over his shoulder, his hand brushing against the hilt of his crossbow strapped across his back. The tension was palpable, the forest alive with an ominous energy. They reached a small clearing, where moonlight pierced through the thick canopy above. Hagrid stopped abruptly, his instincts telling him they weren't alone. "Show yourself!" Hagrid roared, his booming voice shattering the silence. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, from the shadows, a figure stepped forward, clad in a dark, hooded cloak. The person moved with a deliberate grace. Their face was obscured, but a wand gleamed in their gloved hand. "Well, well," the figure said in a smooth, mocking voice. "The famous Hagrid, carrying something far too valuable for someone like you." Harry stepped forward, his wand aimed directly at the stranger. "Who are you? What do you want?" The hooded figure chuckled, a cold, unsettling sound. "I think you already know, boy. That egg belongs to me. Hand it over and I might let you both walk away." "Not a chance," Hagrid growled, shifting his stance to shield Harry and the pack containing the egg. The figure tilted their head slightly, as if amused. "So be it." With a flick of their wand, a jet of red light shot toward them. Hagrid reacted instantly, grabbing Harry and pulling him to the ground. The spell sizzled past, striking a tree and leaving a scorch mark on its bark. "Stay behind me," Hagrid barked, pulling his crossbow free. He fired a bolt at the attacker, but they moved with inhuman speed, dodging it effortlessly. "Expelliarmus!" Harry shouted, sending his own spell toward the figure. The attacker blocked it with a quick shield charm, retaliating with another flurry of curses. "Harry, we can't fight here," Hagrid said, his voice strained. "We need to keep moving." "But we can't just—" Harry began, but Hagrid cut him off. "Trust me, lad. Let's go." The two darted back into the trees, Fang barking wildly as he kept pace. The hooded figure pursued them, their spells lighting up the dark forest like flashes of lightning. Harry fired several spells over his shoulder as they ran, but their pursuer seemed relentless, each attack growing more precise. "Where's this grove you were talking about?" Harry called out, dodging a low-hanging branch. "Not far now," Hagrid replied, his deep voice strained with exertion. "Just need to keep 'em off our tails a bit longer." The forest began to change as they moved deeper. The trees grew taller, their trunks covered in thick, ancient moss. The air grew cooler, carrying a faint, otherworldly hum. Harry could feel the magic in the air, powerful and ancient. "This place feels different," he muttered. "Aye," Hagrid said. "The grove's protected by old magic. Once we're inside, they won't be able to follow." But before they could reach the safety of the grove, a searing jet of blue light struck the ground ahead of them, sending dirt and debris flying. They skidded to a halt, shielding their faces from the blast. The hooded figure stepped out of the shadows, blocking their path. This time, they weren't alone. 2 more cloaked figures emerged from the trees, their wands drawn. "You didn't think it would be that easy, did you?" the first figure sneered. Harry raised his wand, his jaw tightening. "You'll have to go through us to get that egg." The second figure laughed, a harsh, grating sound. "That can be arranged." The clearing erupted into chaos as spells flew in every direction. Hagrid fired another bolt from his crossbow, narrowly missing one of the attackers. Harry sent a stunning spell toward the first figure, who deflected it with a flick of their wand. The third attacker lunged toward Hagrid, their wand aimed at his chest. "Protego!" Harry shouted, casting a shield charm that intercepted the spell just in time. "Nice work, Harry!" Hagrid called out, swinging his massive arm to knock the attacker to the ground. The second figure turned their attention to Fang, who growled menacingly, his teeth bared. With a wave of their wand, they sent a stunning spell toward the boarhound. Fang yelped and fell to the ground, motionless. "Fang!" Hagrid roared, his eyes blazing with fury. He charged at the figure, his sheer size and strength overwhelming them. They barely managed to raise their wand before Hagrid grabbed them by the collar and hurled them into a nearby tree. "You're not laying a finger on that egg," Hagrid bellowed. Meanwhile, Harry was locked in a duel with the first attacker, their spells clashing in midair. The figure was skilled, their movements precise and calculated. Harry's heart pounded as he dodged a jet of green light. A killing curse. "Hagrid, they're trying to kill us," he shouted. "I know, Harry," Hagrid replied, wrestling the third figure to the ground. "Just hold him off a bit longer." Just as the fight seemed to reach its breaking point, a deep, resonant hum filled the air. The attackers froze, their heads snapping toward the source of the sound. The trees around them began to glow faintly, their bark etched with ancient runes that shimmered with golden light. "We're close to the grove," Hagrid said, his voice filled with both relief and urgency. "Come on, Harry." The attackers hesitated, clearly unnerved by the sudden display of magic. Taking advantage of their distraction, Hagrid grabbed Harry by the arm and pulled him toward the glowing trees. As they crossed into the grove, an invisible barrier seemed to envelop them. The air grew warm and still, the hum of magic growing stronger. The attackers stopped at the edge of the grove, their wands raised but their expressions wary. "You can't hide in there forever," the first figure shouted. "That egg will be ours." Hagrid turned to face them, his massive frame blocking the entrance to the grove. "You're not welcome here," he said firmly. "And if you value your lives, you'll leave now." The figures exchanged uneasy glances before retreating into the shadows, their forms disappearing into the forest. Inside the grove, the tension began to ease. The runes on the trees pulsed softly, their golden light casting a serene glow over the clearing. Hagrid gently placed the crate on the ground and opened it, revealing the egg nestled inside. "It's safe now," he said, his voice heavy with relief. Harry knelt beside him, studying the egg. Its surface shimmered like molten fire, its warmth palpable even from a distance. "It's beautiful," he murmured. "Aye," Hagrid agreed. "But it's also dangerous. That's why we've got to keep it out of the wrong hands." As they sat in the safety of the grove, Harry couldn't shake the feeling that their mission was far from over. The attackers knew about the egg, and they wouldn't give up so easily. "What happens next?" he asked quietly. Hagrid sighed, his gaze fixed on the egg. "We wait. Dumbledore'll know what to do." But deep down, they both knew the real battle was yet to come. The soft glow of the runes etched into the trees of the grove provided a temporary sense of safety. But Hagrid and Harry both knew their ordeal was far from over. The air within the grove hummed with ancient magic, an invisible shield separating them from the attackers who had tried to steal the crimson basilisk egg. The egg itself rested safely in the wooden crate, its surface shimmering faintly with a fiery glow, almost as if it were alive and aware of the danger surrounding it. Hagrid sat on a moss-covered rock, his massive shoulders slumped with exhaustion. Fang lay by his feet, still recovering from the stunning spell that had knocked him out during the earlier fight. Harry paced nervously nearby, his wand still in his hand, his mind racing with thoughts of their next move. "They won't give up, will they?" Harry finally asked, breaking the silence. Hagrid shook his head. "No, lad. People like them don't stop until they get what they're after. That egg's worth too much to the wrong sort of people. But as long as we're in this grove, they can't touch us." Harry stopped pacing and turned to face Hagrid. "We can't stay here forever. What happens when we leave? They'll be waiting for us." Hagrid frowned, scratching his beard. He knew Harry was right. The grove's magic was powerful, but it was a temporary sanctuary. The moment they left, the danger would return. "I've got an idea," Hagrid said after a long pause. "There's a way to get the egg to safety, but it's risky." Harry raised an eyebrow. "Riskier than what we've already been through?" "Aye," Hagrid admitted. "We'll need to go through the Firegrove Pass. It's a shortcut to where I'm taking the egg, but it's no easy path. The place is crawling with dangerous creatures, and the magic there's wild and unpredictable." Harry considered this for a moment. "If it's our best chance, then we should do it. We've come this far already." Hagrid smiled faintly. "You're braver than most, Harry. Let's hope that courage holds." As dawn broke over the forbidden forest, Hagrid and Harry left the safety of the grove. The runes on the trees pulsed softly, as if bidding them farewell, and the ancient magic of the grove seemed to dim as they stepped back into the untamed wilderness. Fang stayed close to Hagrid, his keen nose sniffing the air for any sign of danger. The path to the Firegrove Pass was narrow and treacherous, winding through dense thickets and over rocky terrain. The further they went, the more the air seemed to change, growing warmer and heavier with a faint metallic tang. The trees became twisted and gnarled, their branches resembling clawed hands reaching toward the sky. "What exactly is this place?" Harry asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "The Firegrove Pass is an ancient part of the forest," Hagrid explained. It's said to be touched by dragon fire. The magic here's wild and dangerous, but it's also the quickest way to where we're going." As they continued, the temperature rose steadily, and the faint glow of embers began to appear in the cracks of the ground. The air shimmered with heat, and the sound of distant growls and hisses reached their ears. "Keep your wand ready," Hagrid warned. "This place don't take kindly to strangers." Suddenly, a loud screech echoed through the pass, and a massive shadow swooped overhead. Harry looked up just in time to see a serpent-like creature with fiery scales and glowing eyes circling above them. "Fireworm," Hagrid muttered, raising his crossbow. "They're drawn to heat, and that egg's like a beacon." The fireworm let out another ear-splitting screech and dove toward them. Hagrid fired his crossbow, the bolt grazing the creature's side and sending it spiraling away momentarily. Harry raised his wand and shouted, "Stupefy!" But the spell barely seemed to faze the creature. "We need to keep moving," Hagrid shouted, grabbing Harry's arm and pulling him along. The fireworm gave chase, its massive wings stirring the air into a frenzy. As they fled deeper into the pass, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble. Hagrid skidded to a halt, his eyes narrowing as he scanned the terrain. "Something's wrong," he muttered. "This ain't just the fireworm." Before Harry could ask what he meant, the ground erupted in front of them, and a group of cloaked figures emerged from the shadows. The attackers from the forest had found them, and they weren't alone. They were accompanied by a massive, black-scaled serpent, its eyes glowing with a sinister red light. "Looks like you've led us right to it," one of the attackers sneered, pointing their wand at the crate on Hagrid's back. "Hand over the egg, and we might let you live." "You'll get nothing from us," Hagrid roared, drawing his crossbow. The attackers didn't wait for a response. Spells filled the air, flashing like fireworks in the dim light of the pass. Harry ducked behind a boulder, firing stunning spells at the cloaked figures, while Hagrid stood his ground, his massive frame shielding the crate. The black serpent lunged toward Hagrid, its fangs bared, but Fang leapt into action, snarling and biting at the creature's tail. The two animals clashed violently, their growls and hisses echoing through the pass. Harry managed to disarm one of the attackers, sending their wand flying into the air. "Hagrid, we're outnumbered!" he shouted. "I know!" Hagrid bellowed, swinging his crossbow like a club to knock another attacker to the ground. "Just hold him off a bit longer!" In the chaos, a sudden cracking sound drew their attention. The crate on Hagrid's back began to glow, and the crimson basilisk egg split open, fiery light spilling out as the creature inside emerged. The baby basilisk was unlike anything Harry had ever seen. Its scales shimmered like molten fire, and its eyes burned with an intense, otherworldly light. It let out a piercing cry that shook the very ground beneath them. The attackers froze, their faces pale with fear. Even the black serpent recoiled, hissing angrily as it backed away. "It's hatched!" Harry exclaimed. The baby basilisk turned its fiery gaze toward the attackers, who scrambled to retreat. With a single hiss, the creature unleashed a wave of heat and magic that sent them fleeing into the shadows. The black serpent tried to strike, but the basilisk coiled its small, fiery body and lunged, its jaws snapping shut around the serpent's neck. The larger creature writhed and thrashed before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. As the attackers disappeared and the pass grew quiet once more, the baby basilisk slithered toward Hagrid. Despite its fearsome appearance, it seemed calm, its fiery eyes meeting Hagrid's with an almost curious expression. Hagrid knelt down, extending a hand. "It's all right, little one. You're safe now." The basilisk hissed softly, coiling around Hagrid's arm. Harry watched in awe as the creature seemed to recognize Hagrid as its protector. "We need to get it to the sanctuary," Hagrid said, rising to his feet. "This place ain't safe for it." Together, they carried the baby basilisk to the hidden grove. The ancient magic of the grove flared to life as they entered, the runes glowing brighter than ever. The basilisk seemed to sense the safety of the place, slithering into the heart of the grove and settling among the glowing trees. Hagrid watched it go, a proud smile spreading across his face. The baby basilisk coiled up among the glowing roots, its fiery glow blending seamlessly with the golden light of the grove. It let out a soft, almost contented hiss, as if it knew it had finally found a place where it could grow in peace. Harry stood beside Hagrid, his wand still in hand, though the danger had passed. "Do you think it'll be safe here?" he asked, glancing at the small but already powerful creature. Hagrid nodded slowly. "Aye, this place is protected by ancient magic, older than anything those attackers could understand. The basilisk will be safe here, at least for now." Harry watched the creature for a moment, then turned to Hagrid. "What happens when it gets bigger? Won't it be too dangerous to leave here?" Hagrid sighed, his large shoulders slumping slightly. "That's something for Dumbledore to decide. For now, we've done our part. We've kept it out of the wrong hands." As they left the grove, the protective magic shimmered behind them, sealing the sanctuary from the outside world. The air in the forest felt lighter now, though the weight of their journey still hung over them. Fang padded quietly beside Hagrid, his earlier injuries already healing, though he occasionally cast wary glances at the shadows. Harry walked in silence for a while before speaking. "Hagrid, why did Dumbledore trust you with something like this? I mean, it's so dangerous." Hagrid chuckled softly. "Dumbledore knows I care about magical creatures more than most. He knew I'd protect it no matter what. And, well, he's always had faith in me, even when others didn't." Harry smiled at that. "I can see why. You were amazing back there." Hagrid grinned, a faint blush creeping across his cheeks. "Ah, shucks, Harry. It wasn't just me. You did great, too. Those attackers would have had me pinned if it weren't for you." As they approached the edge of the Forbidden Forest, the familiar silhouette of Hogwarts came into view, its spires glowing warmly in the fading light of the evening. The sight brought a sense of relief and comfort to both of them. "We should tell Dumbledore what happened," Harry said. "He'll want to know about the attackers." Hagrid nodded. "Aye, we will. But first, I reckon we could use something to eat. All this runnin' and fightin' has made me hungry." Harry laughed, the tension of the day finally lifting. "You're always hungry, Hagrid." Later that evening, as the two sat in Hagrid's hut with plates of steaming stew, Harry couldn't help but replay the events of the day in his mind. The image of the baby basilisk's fiery gaze and the way it had protected them lingered in his thoughts. "Hagrid," he said suddenly, "do you think the basilisk understood what was happening? That it knew we were trying to help it?" Hagrid set down his spoon, his expression thoughtful. Magical creatures like that, Harry. They've got a kind of sense that most people don't understand. It knew we weren't there to hurt it. That's why it trusted us. Harry nodded slowly, his respect for Hagrid growing even more. Do you think we'll ever see it again? Hagrid smiled, a twinkle in his eye. Maybe one day, but for now, it's where it needs to be. As the fire crackled in the hearth, and the warmth of the hut enveloped them, Harry felt a deep sense of gratitude, not just for surviving the day, but for having a friend like Hagrid. The dangers they had faced were real, but so was the bond they shared, forged in the heat of their shared trials. Outside, the forbidden forest stood silent once more, its secrets hidden beneath the ancient trees. And in the heart of the grove, the baby basilisk coiled up and slept, its fiery glow pulsing gently like the heartbeat of the forest itself. Far away, in a darkened chamber, the cloaked figures who had pursued Hagrid and Harry regrouped. Their leader paced angrily, their wand sparking faintly with frustration. They've hidden it somewhere we can't reach, one of the figures muttered. For now, the leader hissed, but that creature is too valuable to leave alone. We will find it, and next time, we won't fail. The shadows seemed to shift and ripple around them, as if the forest itself recoiled from their presence. The hunt was not over, and the secrets of the crimson basilisk egg were far from safe. Back at Hogwarts, Harry lay in his dormitory, staring out at the moonlit grounds. He couldn't shake the feeling that their adventure was only the beginning of something much larger. Somewhere out there, danger was still lurking. But for now, the egg was safe, and so were they. And for tonight, that was enough. Albus Dumbledore arrived at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry on a crisp September morning. His sharp mind, natural curiosity, and innate magical talents set him apart immediately, drawing the attention of professors and students alike. From his first day, it was clear to everyone that young Albus was no ordinary wizard. His eyes, bright and full of wonder, surveyed the towering walls of Hogwarts, already seeing beyond them into the world of magical possibilities. At the sorting ceremony, the sorting hat had barely touched his head before proclaiming, "Gryffindor." Albus joined the House of Courage, though he displayed not just bravery, but an insatiable thirst for knowledge and an unrelenting ambition that would soon shape his future. In his first year, Albus quickly developed a reputation as one of the most inquisitive students Hogwarts had ever seen. He excelled in transfiguration, under the stern but caring guidance of Professor Glynis Woolcroft. She was a strict instructor, but she recognized Albus's potential and pushed him to explore magic in ways few students his age could comprehend. One afternoon, as Professor Woolcroft taught her third-year students about turning objects into animals, Albus raised his hand, his face alight with an eager question. "Professor, is it theoretically possible to transfigure an object to retain elements of its original form, while adopting characteristics of the new one?" The class fell silent. This was a question beyond their level of understanding. Woolcroft paused, intrigued. "That's an advanced concept, Mr. Dumbledore," she replied. "You have a curious mind. In time, with patience and study, you may find the answer." But patience wasn't Albus's strong suit. He spent countless nights in the library, scouring book after book, researching the possibilities of transfiguration and complex spell theory. The dusty shelves and silent corridors of the library became his second home, and Madame Pince, the librarian, often had to shoo him away as she locked up for the night. By his second year, Albus's reputation had grown. His intellect and charm earned him both admiration and envy. One evening, during dinner in the Great Hall, a fifth-year Slytherin named Ambrose Malvern, known for his dueling skills and sharp tongue, took an interest in the young prodigy. Ambrose, with his dark, calculating eyes, approached Albus with a smirk. "So, you're the great Albus Dumbledore," Ambrose sneered. "I've heard you're clever, but cleverness isn't everything, is it?" Albus looked up from his plate, calm but unfazed. "I suppose that depends on what you value, Ambrose." Ambrose's sneer deepened. "Let's see if you're as skilled as they say. A little friendly duel, perhaps?" The hall buzzed with excitement. A duel with Ambrose was practically a rite of passage, though few dared to face him. Despite the pressure, Albus accepted with a nod, his eyes steady. In the dueling club that night, students gathered, eager to witness the showdown. Ambrose began with a swift and powerful stupefy, but Albus anticipated the move, deflecting it with a quick twist of his wand. The duel grew intense, with spells flying, crackling with energy, as Albus and Ambrose matched each other, blow for blow. Finally, with a flick of his wand, Albus cast a disarming charm so swift and precise that Ambrose's wand flew across the room, clattering onto the floor. The students cheered, and Ambrose, though beaten, extended his hand. "Respect, Dumbledore," Ambrose said, a faint smile playing on his lips. Albus shook his hand, earning his first taste of respect from both his peers and those who had once doubted him. By his fourth year, Albus had already explored nearly every corner of Hogwarts, except for one, the Forbidden Forest. Stories of dark creatures, ancient magic, and powerful enchantments kept most students at bay. But to Albus, it was a place filled with untapped mysteries. One chilly night, he sneaked out with his friend, Mira Finch, a fellow Gryffindor known for her adventurous spirit. They wandered along the edge of the forest, their wands casting faint light as they ventured into the shadows. "Mira, just imagine what we could learn in here," Albus whispered, his eyes glinting with excitement. Mira shivered. "I'm all for adventure, Albus, but this place gives me the creeps." Just then, they heard a faint rustling. They turned, wands raised, to see a mysterious silver light flickering through the trees. As they crept closer, they discovered a magnificent centaur, his coat shimmering in the moonlight. The centaur's wise eyes met Albus's, and he nodded knowingly. "You're young," the centaur said, his voice deep and resonant. "Yet your path is entwined with destiny, young wizard." Before Albus could ask what he meant, the centaur disappeared into the trees, leaving him with more questions than answers. That night, Albus's dreams were filled with visions of the forest, the centaur's words echoing in his mind, planting seeds of purpose and destiny that would shape him in the years to come. In his final years, Albus became fascinated with magical artifacts. One day, he stumbled upon an old, dusty book in the restricted section of the library that spoke of the Deathly Hallows, the Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, and the Invisibility Cloak. The book described these objects as the keys to ultimate power, and Albus was captivated by the idea. He shared his fascination with Mira, who had become his closest friend and confidant. "Imagine, Mira," he said, his voice hushed with excitement. "Artifacts that could make us masters of magic itself. Just think what we could accomplish." Mira, though intrigued, felt a twinge of unease. "Albus, power like that, it's dangerous. Sometimes things are hidden for a reason." But Albus's curiosity was boundless, and he spent the following months researching the Hallows in secret. His professors noticed his interest in ancient magic, particularly Professor Woolcroft, who had seen many students fall to the allure of power. One afternoon, she called him aside. "Albus, your talent is undeniable," she said, her gaze steady. "But remember, ambition must be tempered with humility. Some knowledge is best left unexplored." Albus nodded, but he couldn't shake the pull he felt toward the unknown. His mind was a maelstrom of possibilities, each more enticing than the last. By the time Albus Dumbledore graduated from Hogwarts, he had already become a legend in the making. His time at the school had been marked by remarkable achievements, fierce rivalries, and friendships that shaped his character. But he had also glimpsed the dangers of ambition, the weight of responsibility, and the thin line between knowledge and wisdom. As he stood on the platform at King's Cross Station, ready to leave Hogwarts, Albus looked back at the castle. He knew his journey was just beginning, that there were secrets waiting to be discovered, and a destiny that awaited him. He had glimpsed the darker paths his life could take, but he had also found strength in the friendships he had forged and the lessons he had learned. The young wizard stepped onto the train, his heart filled with both excitement and a solemn sense of purpose. Albus Dumbledore, once a curious student, was now on the path to becoming one of the greatest wizards of his age, a path that would challenge his values, test his limits, and ultimately shape the legacy he would leave behind. His first destination was the Ministry of Magic, where he had been invited to join the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. The Ministry, a towering labyrinth of corridors and offices, buzzed with the energy of countless witches and wizards. Albus found himself both excited and overwhelmed by the prospect of working alongside some of the most powerful and influential figures in the wizarding world. In his first few weeks at the Ministry, Albus quickly proved his worth. His sharp intellect and keen sense of justice earned him the respect of his colleagues and the attention of his superiors. One day, while sorting through old case files, Albus came across a report that piqued his curiosity. It detailed the discovery of a mysterious artifact in a remote village in the Scottish Highlands. The artifact, described as a small, intricately carved box, was rumored to possess immense magical power. It had been found by a group of villagers who had inadvertently unleashed a series of strange and dangerous phenomena. Intrigued, Albus decided to investigate further. He packed his belongings and set off for the village of Glenhaven, nestled deep within the rugged highlands. Upon arriving, Albus was greeted with wary glances and hushed whispers. The villagers, fearful of the artifact's power, had locked it away in the local church. Albus introduced himself to the village elder, a wise and weathered man named Hamish MacLeod. Hamish led Albus to the church, where the artifact was kept under heavy enchantments. The box was unlike anything Albus had ever seen. Its surface was covered in runes that seemed to shift and shimmer in the light. As he reached out to touch it, a sudden jolt of energy surged through him, revealing flashes of ancient magic and long-forgotten memories. Determined to uncover its secrets, Albus carefully lifted the box and took it back to his temporary lodgings. That night, Albus sat by the fire, the box resting on the table before him. He studied the runes, his mind racing with possibilities. Using a combination of ancient spells and his own ingenuity, Albus began to unravel the enchantments that bound the box. Slowly, the lid creaked open, revealing a dazzling array of crystals and a parchment inscribed with cryptic symbols. As he deciphered the parchment, Albus realized it was a map leading to an ancient relic known as the Eye of Eternity. This relic, according to legend, granted its bearer the ability to see through time itself. Albus knew that such power, in the wrong hands, could be catastrophic. He resolved to find the Eye of Eternity and ensure it was kept safe. With the map as his guide, Albus ventured into the wilds of the Scottish Highlands. The journey was treacherous, filled with perilous landscapes and hidden dangers. Along the way, he encountered a variety of magical creatures, from mischievous pixies to fearsome griffins. Using his wits and his wand, Albus navigated these obstacles, his determination unwavering. The map led Albus to a hidden valley, concealed by powerful enchantments. At the valley's center stood an ancient stone temple, its entrance guarded by a series of intricate puzzles and traps. Albus approached cautiously, his senses heightened. The first trial was a riddle, inscribed on a stone tablet. To pass, one must answer true. What walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs at noon, and 3 legs in the evening? Albus smiled, recognizing the ancient riddle. Man, he answered confidently. As a baby, he crawls on all 4s. As an adult, he walks on 2 legs. And in old age, he uses a cane. The stone tablet glowed, and the entrance to the temple opened, revealing a dark and narrow passageway. Albus pressed on, encountering further trials that tested his knowledge, bravery, and magical prowess. He deciphered ancient texts, outwitted enchanted guardians, and navigated treacherous terrain, each step bringing him closer to the Eye of Eternity. At last, Albus reached the inner sanctum of the temple. In the center of the room, on a pedestal of gleaming obsidian, rested the Eye of Eternity. The relic was a crystal orb, swirling with ethereal light and pulsating with ancient magic. As Albus approached, he felt a profound connection to the relic, as if it were calling out to him. With great care, he lifted the eye from its pedestal. The moment he touched it, visions flooded his mind, glimpses of the past, present, and future. He saw himself as a young boy at Hogwarts, his future battles against dark forces, and the enduring legacy he would leave behind. The experience was overwhelming, but Albus remained resolute. He knew that the Eye of Eternity was too powerful to be left unprotected. As he prepared to leave the temple, Albus was confronted by a shadowy figure. The figure revealed itself to be Gellert Grindelwald, a former student of Durmstrang Institute, and a dark wizard obsessed with acquiring powerful artifacts. Grindelwald, recognizing the significance of the eye, demanded that Albus hand it over. Albus stood his ground, his wand at the ready. "This relic must not fall into the wrong hands, Grindelwald," he declared. "I will not let you corrupt its power." Grindelwald sneered, his eyes cold and calculating. "You underestimate me, Dumbledore. But very well. Let us see whose resolve is stronger." What followed was a duel of epic proportions. Spells clashed, lighting up the darkened temple with bursts of magical energy. Albus and Grindelwald matched each other blow for blow, their skills and determination equally formidable. The walls of the temple trembled with the force of their magic, ancient stones cracking and crumbling under the strain. Despite Grindelwald's power, Albus's unwavering sense of justice and his deep understanding of magic gave him the upper hand. With a final, decisive spell, Albus disarmed Grindelwald, sending his wand flying across the room. The dark wizard, realizing he had been bested, disappeared into the shadows, vowing revenge. Albus, though exhausted, felt a surge of triumph. He had protected the Eye of Eternity and thwarted Grindelwald's plans, but he knew that this was only the beginning of his journey. With the relic safely concealed, Albus made his way back to the Ministry, determined to ensure that such powerful artifacts would be guarded against those who sought to misuse them. Upon his return, Albus was hailed as a hero. His bravery and ingenuity in protecting the Eye of Eternity earned him accolades from the Ministry and the respect of his peers. But for Albus, the adventure had been more than a quest for glory. It had been a profound lesson in the responsibilities that came with great power. As he stood in his office, gazing out at the bustling streets of wizarding London, Albus felt a deep sense of purpose. He knew that his journey was far from over, that there were many more adventures, challenges, and discoveries ahead. With a heart full of determination and a mind sharpened by experience, Albus Dumbledore embarked on the path that would ultimately define him as one of the greatest wizards of his time. Thus began the legacy of Albus Dumbledore, a wizard whose courage, wisdom, and unyielding sense of justice would inspire generations to come. His adventures would take him to the farthest reaches of the magical world, but his heart would always remain true to the values that had guided him since his days at Hogwarts: the pursuit of knowledge, the protection of the innocent, and the unwavering fight against darkness. After the intense duel with Gellert Grindelwald, Albus Dumbledore found himself drawn back to Hogwarts, where he began his career as a transfiguration professor. Despite his significant achievements, Albus felt an inner void, a calling for something greater, something that would shape the very future of the wizarding world. One evening, while grading papers in his dimly lit office, a curious thing happened. A letter arrived, delivered not by owl, but by a magnificent phoenix. The bird's radiant feathers glowed in the candlelight, and Albus recognized it as Fawkes, the legendary phoenix of Hogwarts. The letter, written in an elegant hand, invited Albus to meet an ancient order known as the Keepers of the Phoenix. This secretive group, older than Hogwarts itself, was dedicated to preserving ancient magical knowledge and protecting the world from dark forces. Intrigued, Albus decided to follow the lead. The next morning, Albus set out on his journey. He traveled through bustling towns and serene countrysides until he reached a secluded forest in the Scottish Highlands. Deep within the forest, he found a hidden enclave, guarded by intricate magical wards. As he approached, the wards shimmered and allowed him passage, acknowledging his pure intentions. Inside the enclave, Albus was greeted by a circle of wise witches and wizards, their eyes filled with the wisdom of centuries. The leader, an elderly witch named Ethelinda, explained the order's purpose and its desperate need for his help. Dark forces were gathering, and ancient prophecies spoke of a looming catastrophe that only a true master of magic could prevent. Ethelinda led Albus to the heart of the enclave, where a massive, ancient tree stood. The tree's branches were adorned with countless glowing runes, each one pulsating with magical energy. At the base of the tree lay a large, ornate chest, bound with powerful spells. "The chest of eternity," Ethelinda said, her voice echoing with reverence. "Within it lies the Codex of Aradia, an ancient tome that contains powerful spells and secrets of the magical world. It can only be opened by someone with a heart, pure, and a mind sharp. We believe you are that person, Albus." Albus approached the chest, feeling a mixture of excitement and apprehension. He raised his wand, muttered an incantation, and the chest slowly opened, revealing the codex. As he touched the tome, a vision engulfed him. He saw a world engulfed in darkness, with shadowy figures spreading fear and destruction. But he also saw a glimmer of hope, a powerful light that could vanquish the darkness. Determined to decipher the codex and prevent the dark prophecy, Albus spent days and nights studying its ancient pages. The codex revealed many powerful spells and rituals, but it also spoke of a hidden artifact, the heart of the Phoenix. This artifact, said to be hidden in the ancient ruins of Atlantis, had the power to restore balance to the world. With the Keeper's blessings, Albus embarked on a perilous journey to find the heart of the Phoenix. His quest led him to the depths of the Atlantic Ocean, where the mythical city of Atlantis lay in ruins. Protected by ancient magic and guarded by fearsome creatures, the city was a formidable challenge. Albus navigated through underwater mazes, battled fierce sea serpents, and solved intricate puzzles left by the ancient Atlanteans. After days of relentless effort, he finally reached the heart of the city, where the artifact was hidden. The heart of the Phoenix was a magnificent, glowing crystal, radiating immense power. Just as Albus reached for the artifact, a dark figure appeared. Vorath, a powerful dark wizard and a follower of Grindelwald. Vorath had been tracking Albus, hoping to claim the heart of the Phoenix for his own nefarious purposes. A fierce duel ensued, with spells and curses lighting up the ancient ruins. Albus fought valiantly, drawing upon all his knowledge and skills. In a final, desperate move, he summoned the power of the heart of the Phoenix, unleashing a blinding light that engulfed Vorath, banishing him into the void. Exhausted, but victorious, Albus returned to the surface. With the heart of the Phoenix, he brought it back to the keepers of the Phoenix, who used its power to restore balance and peace to the magical world. Albus's journey with the keepers was far from over. He continued to work with them, learning and growing, always ready to protect the world from the shadows that threatened it. His adventures with the keepers would become the stuff of legends, inspiring future generations of witches and wizards. And so, Albus Dumbledore's story continued, filled with courage, wisdom, and the unyielding pursuit of justice and harmony. The heart of the Phoenix remained a symbol of hope, a reminder that even in the darkest times, light could always prevail. The enchanted ceiling of the great hall was a shifting canvas of grays and silvers this morning, reflecting the overcast skies outside. You sat at the long table for your house, Ravenclaw, your robes slightly rumpled from a restless night of sleep. The lingering haze of your dreams mixed with the warmth of the castle, and the scent of fresh toast and sizzling sausages wafting from the breakfast platters was a comforting contrast to the brisk, late autumn chill in the air. Your fingers brushed the spine of your herbology textbook, 1,000 magical herbs and fungi, but your mind wandered to the charms lesson awaiting you after breakfast. Professor Flitwick had hinted at something exciting during yesterday's class, a spell involving objects that could hover and dance in midair, but only if cast with the right flourish. You imagined what it would be like to get it right on the first try, and have your classmates applaud. A tiny flicker of pride bloomed in your chest. "Pass the marmalade, would you?" came a familiar voice, breaking your reverie. You turned to see Felicity Waters, a fellow Ravenclaw. Her blonde hair was tied back into a neat ponytail, and her bright eyes gleamed with the eagerness of someone who thrived on the buzz of morning conversations. You handed her the jar and gave her a half-smile. "Another late night studying, I see," she teased, gesturing at your slightly bloodshot eyes. "You're not trying to outdo the OWLs already, are you?" "Hardly," you replied, pouring yourself a glass of pumpkin juice. "Just couldn't sleep. I kept dreaming about... Never mind." Felicity raised an eyebrow but didn't press. She had a knack for knowing when not to pry, which was one of the reasons you got along so well. Instead, she launched into a story about a first year who had somehow transfigured their robes into a squawking chicken during yesterday's lesson with Professor McGonagall. As Felicity spoke, the morning hum of the great hall rose around you, clinking cutlery, murmured conversations, and the occasional laugh. The golden plates glimmered under the floating candles that bobbed gently overhead. At the Gryffindor table, a group of students appeared to be plotting something mischievous, their hushed whispers punctuated by snickers. At the Slytherin table, a tall, pale boy was poring over a weathered book, muttering incantations under his breath. At your table, you heard snippets of debate about today's Transfiguration homework. Someone claimed they'd perfected the spell to turn a pincushion into a hedgehog, while another swore that their hedgehog was still bristling with sewing needles. The morning unfolded with a sense of organized chaos, typical of Hogwarts. But there was something magical about it, something that made you feel at home, even amid the clatter and noise. By the time breakfast ended, you felt a familiar pang of urgency. The enchanted clock in the great hall chimed 9:15, and you had just enough time to grab your books and make it to the charms corridor. The Ravenclaw tower was on the opposite side of the castle, and the journey was anything but straightforward. You hoisted your bag over your shoulder, the strap digging slightly into your robes, and darted through the arched doorway. The corridors were already bustling with students heading to their first lessons, the air alive with the shuffle of robes, hurried footsteps, and snippets of conversation. The castle seemed determined to test your punctuality this morning. As you rounded a corner near the moving staircases, you found yourself face to face with a trick step that sank beneath your weight. You yelped, your leg plunging knee-deep into the enchanted trap. A passing Hufflepuff chuckled before helping you out with an amused, "Better keep an eye out next time." "Thanks," you muttered, brushing off your robes and hurrying on, your cheeks warm with embarrassment. By the time you entered the charms classroom, you were slightly out of breath. Professor Flitwick, standing on a stack of books at his podium, was in the middle of calling the roll. You slipped into a seat near the middle of the room, relieved that you hadn't missed the start of the lesson. The classroom was bright and airy, with high windows that let in the pale morning light. Shelves lined with spell books and enchanted objects framed the walls, and a faint smell of parchment and ink hung in the air. "Today," Professor Flitwick began in his cheerful, high-pitched voice, "we'll be practicing the levitation charm. A foundational spell, yes, but one with endless applications. With a flick of your wand and a precise incantation, you can make even the heaviest of objects dance in the air. Now, who can remind me of the proper incantation?" A few hands shot up, including Felicity's. You didn't bother raising yours. You knew the answer, but you preferred to avoid the spotlight. "Yes, Miss Waters," Flitwick called. "It's Wingardium Leviosa, Professor," Felicity said confidently. "Excellent! 5 points to Ravenclaw." Flitwick beamed, clapping his hands together. "Now, let's get started. Wands out, everyone." You drew your wand, a sleek, polished length of black walnut with a faintly spiraling grain, and pointed it at the feather placed before you on the desk. The room filled with murmurs of the incantation as students began practicing. "Remember, it's Leviosa, not Leviosa," Flitwick said, demonstrating with an exaggerated flourish of his tiny wand. You concentrated, your wand poised. "Wingardium Leviosa," you said, swishing and flicking as Flitwick had instructed. The feather trembled slightly, but stayed rooted to the desk. You frowned, adjusting your grip. "Try lifting your wrist more during the swish," Felicity suggested from beside you, her own feather already floating serenely in midair. You tried again, this time focusing on the subtle motion of your wrist. Wingardium Leviosa. The feather lifted off the desk, hovering shakily a few inches above the wood. A thrill of satisfaction coursed through you as you guided it gently upward. "Well done!" Professor Flitwick exclaimed, clapping his hands. "That's the spirit. Keep practicing, everyone." The lesson proceeded smoothly until a commotion broke out near the back of the room. One of the Gryffindor students, a boy named Colin, had accidentally sent his feather flying straight into a Slytherin's cauldron bag. The Slytherin, a sharp-featured girl named Clarice, glared at him. "Watch where you're waving that thing, mudblood," she hissed. A tense silence fell over the room. You felt a surge of anger at her words, your grip tightening on your wand. "Clarice," Professor Flitwick said sharply, his cheerful tone replaced by one of stern authority. "That language is unacceptable. 10 points from Slytherin, and I'll be having a word with your head of house." Clarice's expression darkened, but she said nothing, sinking lower into her seat. Colin muttered an apology to no one in particular, his cheeks red with embarrassment. As the lesson resumed, you felt a pang of sympathy for Colin. Hogwarts was a place of magic and wonder, but it wasn't always kind. By the time the class ended, you felt a mix of satisfaction and exhaustion. The morning had been a whirlwind of challenges and small triumphs, from navigating the castle's quirks to mastering the levitation charm. As you packed up your things, Felicity turned to you with a grin. "See? You got the hang of it," she said. "Thanks," you replied, managing a smile. The corridors outside were alive with students heading to their next classes or sneaking off to the library or the courtyard. You had a free period next, and you decided to spend it by the lake. The crisp autumn air greeted you as you stepped out into the courtyard and made your way toward the lake. The grounds were quieter now, with most students inside the Great Hall for lunch. You found your usual spot beneath a sprawling oak tree by the water's edge, setting your bag down on the cool grass. The lake stretched out before you, its surface rippling faintly under the soft breeze. The giant squid's tentacles occasionally broke the water's surface, languidly rising and falling before vanishing again. The peaceful scene was a welcome contrast to the bustling energy of the castle. You leaned back against the tree trunk, letting your thoughts drift. The morning had been a mix of triumph and tension, and you couldn't shake the feeling that the rest of the day would bring something different. At Hogwarts, the extraordinary often felt inevitable. Your fingers absently traced the edge of your wand, its polished surface smooth and comforting beneath your touch. Part of you wanted to practice more charms, to channel the momentum from your earlier success. But for now, the quiet was enough. The sound of footsteps crunching on the gravel path drew your attention. Turning, you saw Colin Creevey approaching, his Gryffindor scarf trailing behind him. His face was flushed from the brisk air, and he looked slightly out of breath, as though he'd been searching for you. "There you are," he exclaimed, jogging the last few steps to reach you. You raised an eyebrow. "Colin, what's going on?" He glanced over his shoulder, as if checking to make sure no one was listening, then leaned in conspiratorially. "I need your help. There's something strange going on in the dungeons." You blinked, caught off guard by the urgency in his tone. "The dungeons? What do you mean? Colin hesitated, his eyes darting to the lake before settling on you. I was down there earlier. Don't ask why. And I heard these whispers. They weren't normal whispers, though. They were cold, like they were inside my head. Inside your head? You repeated, skepticism creeping into your voice. He nodded fervently, and the air felt wrong, too. Heavy, like it was pressing down on me. I swear, it wasn't just my imagination. You frowned, considering his words. Colin was known for his overactive imagination, but there was something in his expression, an urgency that felt genuine. Did you tell a professor? You asked. Colin shook his head quickly. I didn't want to get in trouble for being down there. But you're a Ravenclaw. You're good at figuring things out, right? I thought maybe you could... He trailed off, his plea hanging in the air. You sighed, glancing back at the lake. The peaceful moment you'd carved out for yourself was rapidly slipping away, replaced by a growing curiosity. Hogwarts was full of secrets, and the dungeons were no exception. If there was something strange happening down there, it was worth investigating. Fine, you said, standing and brushing off your robes. But if this turns out to be nothing, you owe me. Colin grinned, his relief evident. Deal. The journey to the dungeons was quieter than you expected. Most students were still at lunch, leaving the corridors eerily empty. The dim light from the high, narrow windows cast long shadows along the stone walls, and the sound of your footsteps echoed in the chilly air. Colin led the way, his Gryffindor scarf swaying with each step. It was near the potions storeroom, he said over his shoulder. That's where I heard it. As you descended deeper into the castle, the air grew colder. The smell of damp stone and mildew was stronger here, mingling with faint traces of potion ingredients. Rotten eggs, sulfur, and something metallic. When you reached the storeroom, Colin stopped abruptly. It was here, he whispered, pointing to a narrow alcove just beyond the door. You moved closer, your wand gripped tightly in your hand. The alcove was unremarkable at first glance, but as you stepped inside, you felt the air shift. A faint hum reached your ears, like the low vibration of distant magic. And then you heard it, the whispers. They were faint at first, a soft, indistinct murmur that seemed to brush against your mind. But as you focused, they grew clearer, though the words themselves were still unintelligible. The sound was cold, almost unnatural, and it sent a shiver down your spine. Do you hear that? Colin asked, his voice barely audible. You nodded, your eyes fixed on the alcove's stone wall. Something about it felt wrong. The stone was darker here, almost black, and faint traces of magic radiated from a narrow crack that ran vertically along its surface. What do you think it is? Colin whispered. You didn't answer immediately, your mind racing. The magic here felt old, far older than anything you'd encountered before. Whatever was behind this wall, it wasn't meant to be found easily. We should tell someone, Colin said, his voice tinged with nervousness. A professor. They'll know what to do. But you hesitated. The whispers were faint now, but they carried a sense of urgency, as if they were calling to you specifically. What if this was a puzzle, a test meant to be solved? No, you said finally. Not yet. Let's figure out what this is first. Colin's eyes widened. "Are you serious? What if it's dangerous?" "It probably is," you admitted. "But doesn't that make it more important to figure out?" Before Colin could protest, you raised your wand and pointed it at the crack. "Lumos." The tip of your wand flared with light, illuminating the alcove. As the light touched the crack, the whispers grew louder for a moment before abruptly stopping. The silence that followed was almost more unsettling than the sound. You leaned closer, your heart pounding. For a moment you thought you felt something, a faint pulse of energy, like a heartbeat, radiating from the wall. The tension in the air was palpable as the two of you stood there, staring at the crack in the wall. Somewhere in the shadows, the whispers stirred again, faint and cold. The whispers returned as soon as the light from your wand dimmed. Soft, insistent, and chilling, they seemed to pull at the edges of your thoughts, urging you to stay. The crack in the stone wall, faintly illuminated in the dim light of the dungeons, almost seemed to shimmer, as if alive. Colin shuffled nervously beside you, his Gryffindor scarf clutched in one hand. "I don't like this," he whispered, his voice trembling. "It feels wrong." You couldn't deny the eerie atmosphere, but the whispers called to your curiosity, like a moth to a flame. Hogwarts was ancient, filled with secrets and puzzles meant to challenge the brave or the foolish. This might be one of those moments where the line blurred. "I think it's some kind of passage," you said, pressing your palm gently against the cold stone. The faint pulse of magic you'd felt earlier was unmistakable now, rhythmic and steady, like the heartbeat of the castle itself. "And you think it's a good idea to open it?" Colin asked, his eyes wide. "Do you think it's a good idea to leave it alone?" you countered. Colin didn't reply, but his nervous silence spoke volumes. The crack in the wall was too thin for you to peer through, but it radiated a peculiar kind of magic. Old, like the air in a forgotten library. You stepped back, twirling your wand in your fingers, and thought about the best spell to use. "Alohomora won't work on something like this," you murmured. "Of course not," Colin said. "It's probably enchanted to keep people out, maybe for a good reason. Or it's hiding something incredible," you said, more to yourself than to him. You ran through your mental list of spells and settled on a hunch. Raising your wand, you pointed it at the crack and whispered, "Revelio." The spell's energy rippled through the air, revealing faint runic markings etched around the edges of the crack. They glowed softly, their shapes unfamiliar, yet mesmerizing. "It's protected by some kind of ancient magic," you said, brushing your fingers over the runes. "This isn't just a wall, it's a doorway." Colin took a step back. "I'm not sure I want to know what's on the other side." Before you could respond, a third voice interrupted. "Neither do I, but here we are." You turned sharply to see Felicity standing at the entrance of the alcove, arms crossed and her wand loosely gripped in one hand. "What are you doing here?" you asked, your voice laced with surprise. "Looking for you," she said pointedly. "When you didn't show up for lunch or transfiguration, I figured you'd gotten yourself into trouble. Again." Her eyes flicked to the glowing runes on the wall, and it looks like I was right. With Felicity now present, the tension shifted. Her practical, no-nonsense demeanor had a way of grounding you, even in the face of magical mysteries. She stepped closer to the wall, her gaze narrowing as she studied the runes. "Any idea what language this is?" she asked. "Not one I recognize," you admitted. "It's old magic," Felicity said, her voice quieter now. "Really old. Whatever's behind this wall, someone went to a lot of trouble to keep it hidden." Colin fidgeted nervously. "So, maybe we should leave it alone?" But Felicity ignored him, raising her wand. "Runes like these are usually tied to specific spells. If we break the enchantment, the doorway should open." "And what if the doorway doesn't want to be opened?" Colin muttered. Felicity gave him a sharp look, but didn't reply. Instead, she pointed her wand at the wall and began to cast. "Finite incantatem." The runes flared brightly, pulsing like fire for a moment, before fading into darkness. The crack widened, the stone grinding against itself as the hidden door began to open. The whispers grew louder, sharper now, cutting through the air like icy blades. You exchanged a nervous glance with Felicity, and for the first time you saw uncertainty in her eyes. The door swung open fully, revealing a narrow stone passage that disappeared into the darkness. "Brilliant," Felicity said, though her voice lacked its usual confidence. Colin groaned. "This is the part where we leave, right?" But you were already stepping forward, your wand raised and your heart pounding. "We didn't come this far to turn back now." The air in the passage was colder than the rest of the dungeons, and the walls were damp with condensation. The faint light from your wand cast long, flickering shadows as you moved deeper into the tunnel, Felicity and Colin close behind. "Does anyone else feel like we're walking into a trap?" Colin asked, his voice echoing slightly in the confined space. "Shh," Felicity hissed. "We'll be fine. Probably." You tried to ignore the sinking feeling in your stomach, focusing instead on the path ahead. The whispers had stopped, replaced by an unsettling silence. The deeper you went, the more you felt the presence of something watching you, though you saw no sign of movement. Eventually, the passage opened into a circular chamber. The walls were lined with strange carvings, twisting shapes and runes that seemed to writhe in the flickering light. At the center of the room was a stone pedestal, and resting atop it was a small, glowing orb. "What is that?" Colin asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "I don't know," you admitted, stepping closer. The orb pulsed faintly, its light casting strange patterns on the walls. You could feel its magic from where you stood, ancient and powerful, yet strangely inviting. Felicity grabbed your arm. "Wait, don't touch it." "Why not?" "Because things like this usually come with curses," she said dryly. "Just look at it. It's practically screaming, 'I'll ruin your life if you touch me.'" "Then why would someone hide it?" Colin asked, peering nervously at the carvings on the walls. "Because it's valuable," Felicity said. "Or dangerous. Or both." You hesitated, torn between your curiosity and Felicity's warning. The orb seemed to call to you, its light growing brighter as you stepped closer. "We can't leave it here," you said finally. "What if someone else finds it? Or what if it's meant to stay here? Felicity countered. But your decision was already made. Ignoring her protests, you reached out and carefully lifted the orb from the pedestal. The room immediately began to tremble, the carvings on the walls glowing brightly. "What did you do?" Colin shouted, panic rising in his voice. Before you could answer, the whispers returned, louder and more menacing than before. The ground beneath you shook violently, and a low, guttural roar echoed through the chamber. "We need to get out of here," Felicity yelled, pulling you toward the passage. Clutching the orb tightly, you followed her, the roar growing louder behind you. Whatever you had unleashed, it wasn't happy, and it wasn't going to let you leave without a fight. The ground beneath your feet trembled violently as you ran, the guttural roar echoing through the stone passageway, like a beast awakening after centuries of slumber. You clutched the glowing orb tightly to your chest, its light pulsing in time with the vibrations that shook the walls. Every instinct told you to drop it and run, but some deep part of you refused to let it go. "Faster!" Felicity shouted, her voice nearly drowned out by the rumble of collapsing stone behind you. "I'm trying!" Colin yelped, his Gryffindor scarf fluttering wildly as he sprinted ahead. His bag thumped against his side, its contents rattling loudly. The whispers were no longer soft or distant. They screamed now, rising in pitch and urgency, as though the very air had turned against you. They filled your head, clawing at your thoughts and making it harder to concentrate on the uneven ground beneath your feet. "Keep going," Felicity urged, her hand gripping your sleeve as she pulled you forward. The passage seemed to stretch endlessly, the faint light of your wand flickering as though struggling against the oppressive darkness. Behind you, the roar grew louder, accompanied by the sound of heavy, deliberate footsteps. Whatever you had disturbed, it wasn't just magic. It was alive. The three of you barely made it to the entrance of the alcove before the trembling turned into a full-on collapse. The walls groaned, and chunks of stone rained down from the ceiling. "Move!" Felicity yelled, shoving you toward the dungeon corridor. You stumbled out into the open just as the passage behind you caved in with a deafening crash. Dust and debris filled the air, and you coughed, your chest heaving as you tried to catch your breath. Colin leaned against the wall, his face pale. What was that?" he stammered, his eyes wide with terror. Felicity turned to you, her expression a mix of anger and fear. "You're the one who had to touch it," she snapped. "Care to explain what just happened?" You looked down at the orb in your hands. Its light had dimmed slightly, but it still pulsed faintly, its warmth seeping into your palms. "I don't know," you admitted, your voice barely above a whisper. "But whatever it is, it's powerful." "That's an understatement," Felicity muttered, brushing dust off her robes. "We just unleashed something, and it's not going to stop until it finds us." Colin groaned, sliding down the wall to sit on the floor. "This is why we leave weird, magical things alone," he said, burying his face in his hands. Before you could respond, the temperature in the corridor dropped suddenly, and the air grew heavy. A faint glow appeared at the far end of the hall, accompanied by a low, guttural growl that sent shivers down your spine. Felicity swore under her breath, drawing her wand. It followed us. What followed us? Colin asked, his voice trembling as he scrambled to his feet. You turned slowly, your wand raised. The glow at the end of the hall intensified, revealing a massive, shadowy figure with glowing red eyes. Its form was indistinct, like smoke given shape, but its presence was undeniably real. The whispers returned, louder and more insistent, as the creature advanced toward you. "What do we do?" Colin whispered, his voice barely audible. "Run?" you suggested, your heart pounding. Felicity shook her head. "No time. We fight." The creature lunged, its shadowy limbs stretching out toward you. Felicity stepped forward, her wand slashing through the air as she cast Stupefy. The spell struck the creature, but it barely flinched, its smoky form rippling as if the magic had passed through water. "It's not working!" Felicity yelled, dodging as the creature swiped at her. You raised your own wand, thinking quickly. If conventional spells didn't work, perhaps the orb could help. Its magic pulsed in your hands, as though responding to your thoughts. "Give me time," you shouted to Felicity. She nodded grimly, standing her ground as she continued casting spells to distract the creature. Colin, trembling but determined, added his own spells to the fray, though the creature seemed unaffected by either of them. Holding the orb tightly, you focused on its energy. It felt alive, ancient, and powerful, but it also felt chaotic, like a storm barely contained. You closed your eyes, trying to channel that power. "Lumos Maxima!" you shouted, directing the light toward the creature. The orb flared brightly in response, flooding the corridor with blinding golden light. The creature let out a deafening roar, recoiling as the light pierced its shadowy form. "It's working!" Felicity called out, her voice tinged with surprise. Encouraged, you stepped forward, the orb glowing brighter in your hands. The whispers grew louder, almost deafening, but you pushed through, focusing on the creature. "Expulso!" The light from the orb surged outward, striking the creature and causing it to shatter into a cloud of smoke and ash. The remnants of its form swirled briefly, before disappearing into the cracks of the dungeon walls. The corridor fell silent. Before anyone could speak, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed down the hall. Professor McGonagall appeared, her expression a mixture of anger and concern. "What in Merlin's name is going on here?" she demanded, her sharp eyes sweeping over the dust-covered corridor and the three of you standing in its center. Felicity opened her mouth to respond, but McGonagall raised a hand to silence her. Her gaze settled on you and the glowing orb in your hands. "Explain. Now." You took a deep breath, your mind racing to find the right words. "There was a passage," you began, glancing at Felicity and Colin for support. "It led to a hidden chamber with this orb. Something was guarding it, and we had to—" "Enough," McGonagall said, her tone leaving no room for argument. She stepped closer, her eyes narrowing as she examined the orb. "Do you have any idea what you've done?" The weight of her words settled heavily on your shoulders. "No, Professor," you admitted quietly. McGonagall sighed, her expression softening slightly. "This orb is no ordinary magical artifact. It's a piece of the castle's ancient protections, meant to stay hidden. By disturbing it, you've weakened those protections and unleashed something the castle hasn't seen in centuries. Colin paled. Does that mean it's still here? McGonagall's lips pressed into a thin line. Not for now. You managed to subdue it, though I doubt you understand how. But this is far from over. She gestured for you to follow her. Come. This will require the attention of the staff, and I dare say the headmaster will want a word with you. As you followed McGonagall back toward the main castle, the orb still faintly pulsing in your hands, you couldn't help but feel a mix of pride and guilt. You had discovered something incredible, but at what cost? Felicity walked beside you, her expression unreadable. Well, she said finally, her voice low. At least it wasn't boring. Colin groaned. If we don't get expelled, I'm never setting foot in the dungeons again. You managed a small smile, though your thoughts were already racing. The whispers, the creature, the ancient magic, they were all part of something bigger. And deep down, you knew this was only the beginning of a much larger mystery. At Hogwarts, secrets rarely stayed buried for long. The orb's faint glow seemed to grow stronger as you followed Professor McGonagall through the winding corridors of the castle. Its warmth pulsed gently against your palms, a reminder of the ancient magic it held, and the chaos it had unleashed. Felicity and Colin walked close behind, their earlier bravado replaced by a tense silence. Even Felicity, who usually had a sharp comment for every situation, kept her gaze fixed on the floor. McGonagall's stern expression didn't waver as she led you through a tapestry-lined hallway you rarely visited. The portraits on the walls, all of former professors, watched you with a mix of curiosity and disapproval, muttering to one another as you passed. Finally, McGonagall stopped in front of a heavy wooden door, with intricate carvings of magical creatures winding up its frame. This is the staff meeting room, she said briskly. You'll wait here while I consult with the other professors. Do not move, and for Merlin's sake, do not touch anything else. With a flick of her wand, the door creaked open. She ushered you inside and closed it behind you, leaving you alone with Felicity, Colin, and the orb. The room was small and circular, its walls lined with bookshelves filled with thick, leather-bound tomes. A large oak table sat at the center, surrounded by high-backed chairs. Above, a chandelier floated gently, its candles burning with an unnatural, steady light. The room felt heavy with the weight of centuries of decisions made here, and you couldn't help but feel out of place. Felicity broke the silence first. Well, that went great, she said, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Do you think we'll get detention, expulsion, or just turned into toads? Colin groaned, sinking into one of the chairs. I vote for detention. At least we get to stay human. You set the orb carefully on the table, its light casting long shadows across the room. We did the right thing, you said, though your voice wavered slightly. If we hadn't taken it, who knows what could have happened? Felicity leaned against the table, her arms crossed. Or maybe nothing would have happened if we'd just left it alone. Ever think about that? You sighed, running a hand through your hair. The truth was, you didn't know if you'd made the right choice. The whispers, the collapsing passage, the shadowy creature, all of it pointed to something far larger than any of you could comprehend. As you sat in silence, the orb began to pulse more brightly, its glow casting strange, shifting patterns on the walls. Colin leaned forward, his curiosity overcoming his nerves. "Do you think it's alive?" he asked hesitantly. "It's not alive," Felicity said, rolling her eyes. "It's a magical artifact. Powerful, sure, but it doesn't have a mind of its own." "I'm not so sure," you said, studying the orb closely. The pulsing felt almost deliberate, as though it were responding to your presence. "It's like it wants something." "Wants something?" Felicity echoed, her eyebrows shooting up. "That's exactly the kind of thinking that gets people cursed." Ignoring her, you reached out and placed your hand on the orb. The moment your skin touched its surface, the whispers returned, louder this time, but not threatening. They were clearer now, forming fragments of words that danced at the edge of comprehension. "Do you hear that?" you asked, looking at Felicity and Colin. They shook their heads, their expressions wary. "Hear what?" Colin asked. You closed your eyes, focusing on the whispers. They seemed to coalesce into a single thought, a single message. "The Chamber of Solace. Protect the light." You pulled your hand back, your heart pounding. "The orb, it's trying to tell us something. I think it's connected to the Chamber of Solace." Felicity frowned. "What's the Chamber of Solace?" "I've read about it," you said, your mind racing. "It's an ancient sanctuary, hidden somewhere in Hogwarts, designed to store and protect powerful magical artifacts. But no one knows where it is. It's been lost for centuries." Colin paled. "And you think this thing wants us to take it there?" "It's the only thing that makes sense," you replied. "If the orb is tied to the castle's protections, the Chamber of Solace might be the only place where it's safe." Felicity shook her head. "You're assuming a lot. And even if you're right, how are we supposed to find a place that's been hidden for centuries?" You looked at the orb, its glow steady and insistent. "I think the orb will guide us." Before you could say more, the door creaked open, and Professor McGonagall stepped inside, followed by Professor Flitwick and Professor Snape. McGonagall's expression was as stern as ever, while Flitwick looked concerned. Snape, however, wore his usual mask of disdain. "Explain," McGonagall said, her tone clipped. You recounted everything, the hidden passage, the glowing runes, the whispers, and the creature that had chased you through the dungeons. When you finished, McGonagall sighed heavily and exchanged a glance with Flitwick. "This orb," Snape said, his voice cold, "is a fragment of the castle's ancient defenses. By removing it, you have disrupted a delicate balance, one that may take considerable effort to restore." "It spoke to me," you said quickly, before you could lose your nerve. "It said something about the Chamber of Solace. I think it wants us to take it there." Snape's expression darkened. "The Chamber of Solace is a myth." "Perhaps," Flitwick interjected, his voice thoughtful. "But myths often have a kernel of truth. If the orb is responding to this student, it may be worth investigating." McGonagall frowned, clearly torn. "The chamber has never been found," she said. "And if it does exist, it could be incredibly dangerous." Snape's lip curled. "More dangerous than leaving the orb in the hands of a student?" Before you could protest, Flitwick stepped forward. "Professor, I believe this student's connection to the orb is no coincidence. If anyone can find the chamber, it may very well be them." McGonagall sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose. "Very well, but you are not going alone," she said, fixing you with a sharp look. "Professor Flitwick will accompany you, and you will follow his instructions to the letter." The castle felt alive as you followed the orb's guidance through twisting corridors and forgotten passages. Its glow seemed to pierce through shadows that even the enchanted torches couldn't dispel, revealing parts of Hogwarts you'd never imagined. The stone walls around you seemed to hum faintly, as if the castle itself was aware of your journey. Professor Flitwick walked ahead, his wand raised, his tiny frame emanating an air of confidence and focus. Felicity and Colin followed closely behind you, their earlier bickering replaced by tense silence. The air grew colder with every step, carrying a sense of gravity that made each of you tread carefully. "This is no ordinary part of the castle," Flitwick said softly, his sharp eyes scanning the faint runes that flickered to life on the walls as the orb's light touched them. "We're entering spaces that haven't been walked in centuries." The whispers grew louder as you descended a spiral staircase that seemed carved from a single block of stone. Each step echoed ominously, the sound swallowed quickly by the thick, oppressive air. You clutched the orb tighter, its warmth the only thing grounding you. Finally, the staircase ended, opening into a grand, arched doorway set into the wall of what appeared to be a massive cavern beneath the castle. The doorway was covered in runes that glowed faintly in response to the orb's light. The whispers rose into a crescendo, filling your mind with fragments of ancient words. Felicity stepped forward, her wand raised. "That's it, isn't it? The Chamber of Solace." Professor Flitwick nodded, his voice quiet but resolute. "This is what the orb has been leading us to." You approached the doorway, the orb pulsing brighter with each step. As you raised it, the runes flared to life, filling the cavern with golden light. The door shuddered, its stone surface rippling like water, before slowly swinging inward with a groan of ancient magic. The Chamber of Solace was unlike anything you'd ever seen. It was vast and circular, its walls carved with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer when you looked at them. Floating orbs of light hovered in the air, each casting a gentle glow that illuminated the room. The air was thick with magic, a tangible force that made your skin tingle. At the center of the chamber stood a raised pedestal, similar to the one in the dungeons, but larger and more ornate. Its surface was etched with swirling designs that seemed to pulse faintly, in perfect sync with the orb in your hands. "This is incredible," Colin whispered, his wide eyes reflecting the glow of the floating orbs. "It's like something out of a storybook." Felicity, who was usually quick with a sarcastic remark, said nothing. She simply stared, her usual confidence replaced by quiet awe. Professor Flitwick's expression was reverent as he stepped into the room. "The Chamber of Solace," he murmured. "A sanctuary of the castle's oldest magic. Few have even dreamed of seeing this place." As you walked toward the pedestal, the whispers quieted, replaced by a deep, resonant hum that seemed to emanate from the very walls of the chamber. The orb grew warmer in your hands, its light steady and insistent. "You know what to do," Flitwick said gently, his eyes fixed on the pedestal. "Place it there." You stepped forward, your heart pounding as you carefully set the orb into the hollow at the center of the pedestal. The moment it touched the surface, a surge of energy rippled through the chamber. The floating orbs flared brightly, their light weaving together into a shimmering dome that enveloped the room. The carvings on the walls glowed brilliantly, and the hum of magic grew louder, vibrating through your very bones. It felt as though the chamber itself was coming to life. Then, without warning, a figure appeared in the center of the room, formed from the swirling light of the orbs. It was ghostly and ethereal, shaped like a dragon with gleaming, translucent scales, and eyes that burned like molten gold. Its presence was both awe-inspiring and intimidating. The dragon's voice echoed in your mind, ancient and commanding. "You have awakened the solace of Hogwarts. Speak, and I shall judge your worth." You froze, your throat dry. What could you possibly say to a being of such immense power? Flitwick stepped forward, his voice steady. "We seek to restore the balance of the castle's protections. The orb was removed by mistake, and we—" The dragon's head turned sharply toward you, silencing Flitwick. Its golden eyes bore into yours, and its voice echoed again. "The orb chose you. Why?" "I don't know," you admitted, your voice trembling. "But I couldn't leave it behind. It called to me." The dragon regarded you for a long moment before speaking again. "The orb carries the light of the castle's guardians. You have been chosen as its keeper, but with this power comes a great responsibility. Will you bear it, even when the shadows return?" The weight of its words pressed heavily on your chest. You glanced at Felicity and Colin, who looked just as stunned as you felt. Then at Flitwick, who gave you a small, encouraging nod. "I will," you said firmly. The dragon's golden eyes softened, and it inclined its head. "Then the solace is yours to protect. Use it wisely, Keeper." The light of the dragon faded, and the chamber grew quiet once more. The orb pulsed gently on the pedestal, its light steady and calm. As you left the Chamber of Solace, the air seemed lighter, the oppressive tension replaced by a sense of purpose. Flitwick walked beside you, his expression thoughtful. "You've done something extraordinary today," he said softly, "but this is only the beginning. The magic of the castle is ancient and complex, and there will be those who seek to disrupt it." Felicity smirked, though her eyes still held a hint of awe. "Great. More adventures. Just what we need." Colin groaned. "Can we have one quiet day at Hogwarts before we start saving the world again?" You laughed, the sound breaking the lingering tension. As the four of you made your way back to the castle's main corridors, you couldn't help but wonder what other secrets Hogwarts held, and what challenges lay ahead. One thing was certain: your life at Hogwarts was far from ordinary. On a bitterly cold December night in 1926, the winds howled through the village of Little Hangleton, carrying with them the secrets of a legacy both ancient and dark. The skies were an ominous gray, thick with storm clouds that blotted out the stars, casting an unsettling darkness over the land. At the edge of this small, sleepy village, a woman lay dying. Inside the dimly lit room of Wool's orphanage in London, Marauders Gaunt struggled through her final moments of life. Her once beautiful dark hair was matted with sweat, and her eyes, which had once held a flicker of hope, were now dim and hollow. Marauders was a woman broken in more ways than one, by her brutal upbringing, by a life of hardship, and by a love that had abandoned her. She clutched her newborn son, her pale fingers trembling as she drew him close. Tom Marvolo Riddle," she whispered, her voice weak, but filled with a haunting determination. She named him for both the man who had abandoned her, Tom Riddle Sr., and her own cruel father, Marvolo Gaunt. Marauders' heart was heavy with regret, and in her final moments, a single tear slipped down her cheek. She had dreamed of a love that could never be, and now she left behind a child who would grow up alone, with a legacy of darkness. With that final whisper, Marauders Gaunt's life slipped away. Her heart stopped, and her grip on the infant loosened. The orphanage staff hurried in, finding the lifeless woman and the wailing baby. They took him in, never realizing the ominous future that lay in store. Tom Riddle grew up in the gray, drafty halls of Wool's orphanage, surrounded by the echoes of crying babies and the laughter of children who did not understand him. From the very beginning, he was different. His fellow orphans avoided him, and even the caretakers felt an unspoken sense of dread when they looked into his dark, piercing eyes. He rarely cried, and he never sought comfort from anyone. There was a coldness about him, an air of superiority, even as a young child. Tom was clever, unnaturally so. He learned quickly, outpacing the other children in his studies, but his intelligence only made him more isolated. The other children whispered about him behind his back, and rumors of strange and unsettling incidents began to circulate. Animals would disappear, only to be found later, dead and mangled in ways that defied explanation. Other children claimed that Tom could make things happen, that he could move objects without touching them, or make people feel pain with nothing more than a glare. Mrs. Cole, the matron of the orphanage, often recalled one incident in particular, when a boy who had bullied Tom was found trapped in a cave, terrified and trembling. The boy never spoke of what had happened, but the fear in his eyes was enough to make everyone give Tom a wide berth. Tom did not care. He reveled in his power, in the way he could make others fear him. But deep down, he was also filled with anger and resentment. Why had his parents abandoned him? Who were they? And why had they left him to rot in this miserable orphanage? These questions burned in his mind, and he grew to despise the world around him. On a hot summer afternoon, when Tom was 11 years old, he sat alone in his small, sunlit room, lost in thought. The other children played outside, but Tom preferred solitude. Suddenly, the door to his room creaked open, and a man in strange, old-fashioned clothes stepped inside. He had long silver hair and a beard, twinkling blue eyes, and an air of wisdom and authority. "Hello, Tom," the man said gently. "My name is Albus Dumbledore. I am a teacher at a school called Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." Tom eyed him suspiciously, his fingers curling around the edge of his chair. He had grown accustomed to distrust, but there was something about this man, something powerful and commanding. "I don't believe you," Tom said, his voice cold and sharp. "There's no such thing as magic." Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, but he was not surprised. Instead, he reached into his coat and pulled out a wand. With a simple flick, the wardrobe in Tom's room burst into flames, and with another flick, the flames vanished, leaving the wardrobe completely unharmed. Tom's eyes widened, not in fear, but in fascination. His mind raced, and a small, sinister smile curved his lips. "I knew I was different," Tom whispered, almost to himself. "I can make things happen, things I can't explain. I can hurt people if I want to." Dumbledore watched him carefully, his face thoughtful but guarded. "You are a wizard, Tom," he said, "and you have a place at Hogwarts, where you will learn to use your magic. To make people fear me?" Tom interrupted, his eyes gleaming. Dumbledore frowned. "No. To understand your abilities and use them wisely. Magic is a powerful gift, but it is not to be abused." Tom said nothing, but his mind was already racing with possibilities. Power, control, a way to escape the orphanage and rise above the people who had looked down on him his entire life. He wanted to learn everything about this magical world, to master it and bend it to his will. When summer ended, Tom left the orphanage without a backward glance. The other children watched him go, some relieved, others uneasy. The train ride to Hogwarts was unlike anything Tom had ever experienced. He sat alone, staring out the window as the countryside sped past, his heart beating with anticipation. The castle of Hogwarts loomed on the horizon, its turrets and towers casting long shadows across the lake. Tom felt a thrill of excitement, but also a hunger for knowledge, for power, for everything that this new world had to offer. The great hall was filled with light and magic, with floating candles and enchanted ceilings that mimicked the night sky. When the Sorting Hat was placed on his head, Tom felt it probe into his mind, whispering about ambition and potential. "Ah, yes," the hat murmured. "Plenty of ambition, and a thirst to prove yourself. Slytherin!" The Slytherin table cheered, and Tom joined them, his face a mask of polite interest. But inside, he was already planning. He wanted to learn every spell, every secret, and he would stop at nothing to achieve greatness. Tom quickly made a name for himself at Hogwarts. He excelled in every subject, particularly in potions and defense against the dark arts. The professors praised his brilliance, But Dumbledore remained wary, watching him from a distance. Tom, however, was careful. He knew how to charm his teachers and classmates, presenting himself as a model student. Yet, behind closed doors, he pursued darker knowledge. He spent countless hours in the library, reading about curses and forbidden spells. He was fascinated by the tales of Salazar Slytherin, the founder of his house, and the legend of the Chamber of Secrets. He knew he was Slytherin's heir, and he was determined to uncover every secret Hogwarts held. One evening, Tom cornered a ghost in the dungeons, the Bloody Baron, and demanded information about the chamber. The ghost refused to speak, but Tom's persistence never wavered. He searched the castle relentlessly, convinced that his heritage gave him the right to know. By the end of his first year, Tom had grown more powerful than any first-year student had the right to be. He could perform spells that older students struggled with, and he had already begun experimenting with magic that skirted the edges of darkness. But what troubled Dumbledore most was not Tom's skill, but the look in his eyes, a cold, calculating hunger that spoke of dangerous ambition. One night, as he stood alone in the Slytherin common room, Tom whispered to himself, "I am not just another wizard. I am greater than any of them." He traced the letters of his name in the air, rearranging them until they formed something new. "I am Lord Voldemort," he murmured, and the shadows seemed to deepen around him. The transformation had begun. Tom Riddle, the lonely boy from Wool's orphanage, was fading, replaced by a dark figure who would one day bring terror to the wizarding world. The halls of Hogwarts' School of Witchcraft and Wizardry had never seemed more alive with magic than they did to Tom Riddle. The castle, with its enchanted staircases, whispering portraits, and hidden chambers, was everything Tom had dreamed of, and more. Yet, as he walked its corridors, he saw not just a school of magic, but a fortress full of secrets. Secrets he was determined to uncover. From the moment he arrived, Tom excelled in every subject. His professors marveled at his intellect and natural talent, but his charm masked an unsettling truth. Beneath the polite smiles and respectful demeanor lay a calculating mind, constantly observing, constantly planning. Professor Slughorn, the potions master, took a particular liking to Tom, inviting him to the exclusive Slug Club. But even as Slughorn praised him, Tom's mind was elsewhere, always searching for more power, more knowledge. Tom spent hours in the library, devouring every book he could find on Hogwarts' history, particularly those about Salazar Slytherin. The legend of the Chamber of Secrets captivated him. It was said that only the true heir of Slytherin could open the chamber and unleash the monster within. Tom knew, deep down, that this monster and this legacy belonged to him. One evening, as a cold wind howled through the castle, Tom approached the portrait of Armando Dipet, the headmaster of Hogwarts at the time. The old wizard's eyes sparkled with curiosity as Tom inquired about the chamber. "Headmaster," Tom said, his voice polite and measured, "I've been curious about the legend of the Chamber of Secrets. Is it true? Was there truly a monster hidden beneath this school?" Dippet sighed, stroking his long beard. "Ah, Mr. Riddle, the chamber is a tale as old as Hogwarts itself, but I assure you, no such place has ever been found, and the monster is nothing more than myth." Tom smiled, though his eyes remained cold. "Of course, sir. Thank you for the history lesson." As he walked away, Tom's mind was already racing. He had to find the chamber, no matter what it took. Tom's obsession with the chamber grew. He questioned the castle ghosts, pored over ancient manuscripts, and even enlisted the help of the house elves, though they were too afraid to speak of such dark things. It was during a quiet evening in the dungeons that he finally stumbled upon a clue. He overheard two older students talking in hushed tones about a secret passageway near the girls' bathroom on the second floor. A bathroom no one used because it was said to be haunted by a particularly unpleasant ghost. Intrigued, Tom decided to investigate. The bathroom was cold and damp, the air thick with the scent of mildew. Tom approached the sinks, his wand at the ready, and whispered in parcel tongue, the language of snakes. To his satisfaction, one of the sinks began to move, revealing a dark, winding passage. Tom's heart raced as he descended into the Chamber of Secrets. The walls were carved with ancient symbols, and the air was heavy with centuries-old magic. At the end of the long, twisting tunnel, he came face to face with a massive stone statue of Salazar Slytherin himself. Tom's voice echoed through the chamber as he spoke in parcel tongue, summoning the monster that lay dormant. A great hissing sound filled the air, and a pair of enormous, glowing yellow eyes appeared in the darkness. The basilisk, the serpent of legend, had awoken. Tom felt a thrill of triumph, a rush of power, unlike anything he had ever experienced. This was his legacy, his birthright. "Rest now," Tom commanded in parcel tongue. "Your time will come soon enough." The basilisk retreated, and Tom climbed out of the chamber, his mind buzzing with plans. He knew he could not unleash the monster yet, not until he had more control, more influence, but he had tasted true power, and he wanted more. As Tom moved into his second and third years at Hogwarts, he began to gather a group of loyal followers. They were drawn to his charisma and brilliance, eager to bask in his aura of confidence and superiority. Lucius Malfoy, Bellatrix Black, and others from prominent wizarding families took notice, though they never truly knew the darkness that lurked within their leader. Tom's friends thought they were part of a special, elite circle, but Tom saw them as pawns, tools to be used and discarded as he saw fit. He began teaching them spells, many of which bordered on the forbidden, always careful to stay just within the bounds of school rules. In defense against the dark arts, Tom's skill became legendary. He could disarm, hex, and shield himself with ease, and he often outperformed even the older students. His dueling prowess earned him the admiration of his classmates and the wary attention of the teachers. But it was in potions that he truly shined. Under Slughorn's guidance, Tom crafted potions of incredible potency, and the professor often marveled at his talent. One evening, during a private meeting with Slughorn, Tom asked a question that sent a chill down the older wizard's spine. "Sir," Tom said, leaning forward, "what do you know about Horcruxes?" Slughorn's jovial expression faltered. "Horcruxes," he repeated, his voice suddenly wary. "Why would you be interested in such dark magic?" Tom feigned innocence, his smile charming. "Purely academic curiosity, sir. I've read about them in passing. They're said to make a wizard immortal." Slughorn shifted uncomfortably. "That's very dark magic, Tom. Splitting one's soul. It's a crime against nature, and a terrible price to pay. Best not to pursue such knowledge." But Tom had already learned enough. The idea of creating Horcruxes fascinated him, and he was determined to uncover the secrets of immortality. After all, he had always feared death, feared the idea of being ordinary, of being forgotten. By the end of his 5th year, Tom Riddle had already begun to change. His once handsome features grew colder, and his eyes, though still dark, seemed to gleam with a sinister light. He had become a master of deception, fooling everyone around him except Albus Dumbledore. Dumbledore remained watchful, though he could not yet prove the depths of Tom's darkness. But Tom sensed the old wizard's suspicion, and he took care to cover his tracks. He continued to excel in his studies, charming his professors and leading his followers, but his true ambitions lay in the shadows. One night, as he sat alone in the Slytherin common room, the flickering firelight casting shadows on the stone walls, Tom whispered to himself, "I am more than a mere wizard. I am destined for greatness." Tom Riddle was no more. In his place stood Voldemort, a dark lord in the making, a being who would stop at nothing to achieve immortality and absolute power. The shadow had fallen over Hogwarts, though few could see it. But those who did, like Dumbledore, knew that a storm was coming, one that would shake the wizarding world to its very foundations. The boy who had once been Tom Riddle no longer existed. In his place stood Lord Voldemort, the Dark Lord, a name that struck fear into the hearts of witches and wizards throughout the world. His transformation was complete, no longer a young, ambitious student, but a dark and powerful sorcerer who craved nothing less than domination over both the magical and non-magical realms. Voldemort's years of research into dark magic had left him more twisted than ever. His soul had been shattered through the creation of Horcruxes, granting him near immortality, but at the cost of his humanity. His pale skin had taken on a snake-like hue. His eyes glowed a chilling red, and his very presence exuded a cold, malevolent aura. It was a chilly evening at the Riddle House, an old, decrepit mansion that Voldemort had chosen as his new base of operations. Surrounded by loyal Death Eaters, he pondered the prophecy that had driven him to his latest obsession. The words were etched in his mind, spoken by the infamous seer Sybil Trelawney. "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies." Voldemort had learned of this prophecy through his spies, and it led him to a small boy named Harry Potter, whose parents, James and Lily Potter, had defied him multiple times. This child, this seemingly insignificant infant, posed a threat to his very existence. Voldemort's lips twisted into a cruel smile. "Harry Potter," he hissed. "A mere child, yet destined to become my greatest adversary. I will put an end to that prophecy, before it can come to pass. His followers, the Death Eaters, bowed and murmured their loyalty, but even they trembled before the wrath and power of their master. Bellatrix Lestrange, his most devoted follower, stepped forward, her dark eyes blazing with madness. "My lord," she said, her voice dripping with reverence, "let us help you. We will hunt down the Potters and bring them to their knees." Voldemort raised a pale hand to silence her. "No, Bellatrix. This task is mine. I alone will face the Potters. Their child will not live to see the sunrise." The night of the attack on Godric's Hollow was one that would become legend. Voldemort approached the Potter's home with an eerie calm, his wand raised and ready. He knew that the Potters were members of the Order of the Phoenix, the resistance group fighting against him, and he relished the thought of extinguishing their hope. James Potter was the first to confront him, standing unarmed but defiant. "Lily, take Harry and run!" he shouted, his voice echoing with desperation. Voldemort sneered. "Foolish, brave Gryffindor," he mocked. With a simple flick of his wand, the killing curse, Avada Kedavra, struck James down, leaving him lifeless on the floor. Voldemort barely gave the fallen man a second thought as he ascended the stairs. In the nursery, Lily Potter stood in front of Harry's crib, her arms outstretched in a desperate attempt to protect her son. Tears streamed down her face, but her emerald eyes shone with fierce determination. "Not Harry. Please, have mercy," Lily begged, her voice breaking. Voldemort's expression was one of pure disdain. Mercy was a foreign concept to him. "Step aside, girl," he commanded, but Lily refused to move. Voldemort, for the first time, felt a flicker of something he did not understand, a strange unease, a warning. Ignoring it, he raised his wand. "Very well," he said coldly, and with the utterance of Avada Kedavra, a jet of green light burst forth. Lily fell, but in her sacrifice, she had unknowingly cast a powerful ancient magic, a protective charm born of love. As Voldemort turned his wand on the infant Harry, he spoke the killing curse once more. The spell, however, backfired. The force of it shattered Voldemort's body, tearing his soul apart and leaving behind only a fragment of himself. Harry Potter was left with a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, the mark of Voldemort's failed curse. The house was in ruins, but the boy lived, protected by his mother's love, and the Dark Lord was reduced to a shadow, forced into hiding. Voldemort was not gone, but he was weakened, a mere wisp of his former self. He drifted through the forests of Albania, clinging to life, feeding on the life force of animals and lesser creatures. He seethed with rage, plotting his return, determined to reclaim his power and finish what he had started. His loyal followers, the Death Eaters, scattered and went into hiding, some claiming to have been under the Imperious curse to escape punishment. But the most faithful among them never wavered in their belief that their master would rise again. Voldemort's mind never let go of Harry Potter. He knew the boy was marked as his equal, and the prophecy still loomed over him. Though he had been defeated, Voldemort's hatred only grew stronger, He was patient, willing to wait for the right moment to strike. His quest for immortality, for domination over the wizarding world, was far from over. And so, the legend of Harry Potter and Voldemort began. The boy who lived had become a symbol of hope, but Voldemort, the Dark Lord, lay in the shadows, waiting for the day he would return and reclaim his place as the most feared dark wizard of all time. The bustling atrium of the Ministry of Magic was a maze of activity, with witches and wizards moving about in a constant stream of robes and wands. Harry Potter, now in his late 20s, walked purposefully through the crowd, his Auror badge glinting on his chest. His unruly black hair was streaked with the faintest hints of gray, a testament to years of battles that never truly left him. The scar on his forehead, once a lightning bolt of pain and destiny, was now simply a mark, an echo of a life he was trying to leave behind. The Auror office was on the second floor, a bustling yet solemn place where battles against dark magic were planned and fought. Harry had joined the Auror ranks almost immediately after the Battle of Hogwarts. Though he hadn't intended to sit so long in the role, the pull of duty and the memory of the fallen had kept him here, even when his friends had moved on to other things. Ron Weasley, his closest companion in the field, had left the Auror office years ago to help George run Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. Hermione had risen through the ranks of the Ministry and was now head of the Department for Magical Law Enforcement. And Ginny, Harry's anchor, had retired from professional Quidditch to focus on their children, James, Albus, and Lily. As Harry stepped into the Auror office, he immediately felt the familiar tension in the air. The walls were lined with moving wanted posters of dark wizards, some known, others faceless and shadowy. A large map of Britain marked with glowing points of magical activity dominated one wall. Harry's colleague, Susan Bones, stood beside it, her brow furrowed. "There's been another attack," Susan said as Harry approached. A small village in the Peak District. Wandless muggles were targeted. Harry's jaw tightened. These attacks had been happening sporadically for months now, uncoordinated and chaotic, but undeniably dangerous. The perpetrators left no trace, no calling card, but the violence spoke volumes. Whoever was behind them knew how to cover their tracks. "Any casualties?" Harry asked, his voice steady. Susan nodded grimly. 3 muggles and 1 wizard. The Muggle Protection Squad is cleaning up as we speak." "Who was the wizard?" Harry asked, his tone darkening. "Martin Gresham," Susan replied. "He was a curse breaker with Gringotts home on leave. Tried to fight back and paid the price." Harry felt the familiar weight of responsibility settle on his shoulders. He had fought so hard for a world where this kind of thing wouldn't happen. But here it was, staring him in the face again. Harry had barely settled at his desk when the office door swung open, and Hermione entered, her sharp gaze scanning the room. She was still as commanding as ever, though her hair had been neatly tied back, and streaks of silver hinted at her years of tireless work. Her robes bore the insignia of her new role, a reminder of how far she'd come since their days as students at Hogwarts. "Harry," she said, her voice calm but firm. "We need to talk." "Is this about the Peak District attack?" Harry asked. Hermione shook her head. Bigger than that. I've been reviewing some reports that crossed my desk. Things that shouldn't have been connected, but I've started to see a pattern. She placed a stack of parchments on his desk, each bearing detailed notes and maps. Harry glanced through them, recognizing the locations of recent attacks, each with a red X marked over it. "What are you seeing that we're not?" Harry asked, frowning. "These aren't random," Hermione said, her tone laced with certainty. "The villages targeted all have one thing in common: magical artifacts tied to old wizarding families. And not just any families. Ones that played significant roles in the First Wizarding War." Harry leaned back, processing her words. "So, whoever's behind this isn't just attacking at random. They're looking for something." "Exactly," Hermione replied. "And I think I know what." She handed him another piece of parchment. It was a list of magical artifacts, some well-known, others obscure. At the top was a name Harry hadn't heard in years: the Scepter of Morgaine. "Is this what I think it is?" Harry asked. Hermione nodded. "An ancient artifact said to grant its wielder control over magical and non-magical beings alike. It was thought to be destroyed centuries ago, but there have always been rumors that fragments of it survived." "And you think someone's trying to reconstruct it?" Harry asked. "I do," Hermione said. "And if they succeed, the consequences could be catastrophic." Within hours, Harry and Susan were on their way to the Peak District. The village of Windmere was small, nestled among rolling hills and craggy peaks. Its cobblestone streets were eerily quiet, the air heavy with the residue of dark magic. The Muggle Protection Squad had done their job well. There were no signs of the attack, at least to non-magical eyes. But Harry could feel the lingering traces of malevolence in the air. They were joined by Auror Jacob Dawlish, a seasoned wizard with a sharp tongue and a reputation for being unshakable. Together, they canvassed the area, questioning witnesses and searching for clues. It wasn't long before they found something unusual. In the ruins of a small cottage at the edge of the village, Harry's attention was drawn to a charred wooden chest. Its contents had been destroyed, except for a single metal shard that glinted faintly in the light. Harry picked it up carefully, feeling a faint hum of magic resonate through his fingers. "What is it?" Susan asked. "I don't know," Harry admitted. "But it's not just ordinary metal. This could be what they were after." As they continued their investigation, Harry noticed something else. A faint pattern etched into the shard, almost like runes. He couldn't decipher them, but they felt familiar, as though he'd seen them before in an old book or memory. Back at the Ministry, Harry brought the shard to Hermione, who immediately began examining it. She confirmed his suspicions. It was indeed a fragment of the Scepter of Morgaine, but what concerned her most were the runes. "These are ancient Celtic runes," she said, "and they're not just decorative. They're part of a binding spell, one meant to control magical energy on a massive scale." Harry felt a chill run down his spine. If this is just a fragment, how dangerous could it be? On its own, not much, Hermione replied. But if someone gathers all the fragments and reassembles the scepter... She didn't need to finish the sentence. Harry knew what that kind of power could mean in the wrong hands. As Harry and his team delved deeper into the mystery, a name began to surface. one that sent a shiver down Harry's spine. Aiden Caro, a distant relative of the infamous Caro siblings who had served Voldemort. Unlike his predecessors, Aiden was a charismatic figure, a skilled orator who had quietly gathered followers under the guise of restoring magical purity. Harry realized that this was no ordinary case. Aiden wasn't just hunting the fragments for power. He intended to use them to bring about a new era of magical dominance, one that would make Voldemort's vision seem like a footnote in history. For the first time in years, Harry felt the familiar weight of destiny pressing down on him. The battle wasn't over. Not yet. The Auror office was unusually quiet the morning after Harry's team returned from the Peak District. The discovery of the fragment and the mention of Aiden Caro had cast a somber mood over the team. Harry sat at his desk, poring over Hermione's notes on the Scepter of Morgaine, while Susan and Dawlish worked nearby, sorting through reports of magical disturbances. "Any progress?" Susan asked, setting down a steaming cup of tea on Harry's desk. "Some," Harry said, not looking up. "The runes Hermione identified point to a specific Celtic lineage. Morgaine wasn't just a myth. She was a druid who existed during the early days of magical society. If these runes are part of her magic, it means whoever's hunting these fragments has access to knowledge far older than anything we've seen before." Susan frowned. "And Aiden Caro?" Harry leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples. "Hermione's trying to track his movements. So far, he's been clever, keeping his operations scattered and small enough to avoid major detection. But the fragments are the key. If we can find them before he does, we might stand a chance." Before Susan could respond, the office door burst open. Hermione entered, her expression tense, holding a rolled parchment in one hand and a book in the other. "I think I've found something," she said, spreading the parchment on Harry's desk. It was a map of Britain, marked with various locations tied to magical artifacts. Hermione tapped one particular spot near the Scottish Highlands. "Glenfinnan," she said. "It's been mentioned in multiple texts as a site where Morgaine's followers once performed powerful rituals. If there's another fragment of the scepter, it's likely there." Harry studied the map. "That's deep in dragon territory, isn't it?" "Precisely," Hermione said. "The Ministry has no jurisdiction there. It's considered neutral ground, governed by magical creatures. If Aiden's already on his way, he won't have to worry about interference." "And we can't wait for permission," Harry said. He stood, grabbing his wand and cloak. "We'll leave immediately." The journey to Glenfinnan was treacherous. Harry, Susan, and Dawlish apparated to a remote wizarding outpost near the edge of the Highlands, where they secured magical transportation in the form of enchanted brooms. The weather was unforgiving, with icy winds and heavy clouds obscuring the peaks as they flew. "Let's hope the dragons are in a good mood," Dawlish muttered, his voice barely audible over the wind. Harry didn't respond. His mind was focused on the task ahead. The Highlands were vast and wild, their magical energy palpable in the air. If the fragment was here, it would be well hidden. As they neared Glenfinnan, the landscape became more rugged. Snow-capped peaks loomed on either side, and the faint roar of distant waterfalls echoed through the valley. Harry motioned for the team to descend, landing on a rocky plateau that overlooked a vast, shimmering lake. "This is it," Harry said, pulling out the map Hermione had given him. The ritual site should be just ahead. They moved cautiously, their wands drawn, the silence broken only by the crunch of their boots on the frozen ground. The closer they got to the site, the heavier the air seemed to grow, as though the land itself remembered the ancient magic performed here. Finally, they reached the site, a circle of standing stones, weathered and cracked, yet still radiating power. In the center of the circle lay an altar, partially covered in snow. As Harry approached, he felt a faint hum in the air, the same sensation he'd felt when he held the first fragment. "It's here," he said softly. As Susan and Dawlish began to search the area, Harry examined the altar. Carved into its surface were runes identical to those on the fragment they'd found in the Peak District. He traced them with his fingers, feeling a faint warmth beneath the icy surface. Before he could examine further, a sound broke the stillness, a low, guttural growl. Harry turned sharply, his wand at the ready, as a massive silhouette emerged from the shadows of the standing stones. A dragon, its scales shimmering like molten gold, stepped into the clearing, its eyes glowing with a predatory intensity. "Don't move," Dawlish whispered, his voice tight with fear. The dragon's gaze fixed on Harry, and for a moment, time seemed to freeze. Then, with a deafening roar, it lunged. Harry dove to the side, narrowly avoiding a blast of flame that scorched the ground where he'd stood. Susan and Dawlish scattered, firing stunning spells that glanced harmlessly off the dragon's scales. "It's guarding the fragment," Harry shouted, rolling to his feet. "We need to distract it." Susan conjured a barrier of ice, which the dragon shattered with a swipe of its massive claws. Dawlish sent a stream of sparks toward its eyes, momentarily blinding it. Taking advantage of the distraction, Harry sprinted toward the altar. The fragment lay hidden beneath a layer of frost, embedded in the stone. The dragon's gaze locked onto Harry as he approached the altar, its low growl reverberating through the clearing. He could feel the fragment's magic pulsing through the air, drawing him closer. His hand hovered over it, the runes glowing faintly beneath the frost. But something gave him pause. The dragon's aggression wasn't random. It was deliberate, protective. The rune's glow seemed to ripple in time with the dragon's movements, as though they were connected. "It's not just guarding it," Harry said slowly, his voice cutting through the tension. "It's bound to it." "What do you mean?" Susan asked, her wand still raised. "This fragment isn't just lying here. It's anchoring the dragon to this place. If we take it, we could break that bond, and I don't think the result will be pretty." The dragon's growl softened as Harry spoke, almost as if it understood. He took a slow step back, lowering his hand. "So, what do we do?" Dawlish asked, his wand still trained on the creature. "We leave it," Harry said, his voice firm. Removing it could destabilize the magic and send that dragon into a frenzy. Susan and Dawlish exchanged skeptical looks, but nodded, lowering their wands. As the team began to retreat, the runes on the altar dimmed, and the dragon let out a low, rumbling sigh before stepping back into the shadows. Back at the ministry, Harry placed the detailed report and a sketch of the runes on Hermione's desk. She barely looked up from her parchments, her brow furrowed. "We found the fragment," Harry said, his tone measured. "But we couldn't take it. The magic is tied to the land and the dragon. Removing it would have unleashed chaos." Hermione's eyes narrowed as she scanned the notes. "So it's not just a fragment. It's a stabilizer for ancient magic tied to the area." "Exactly," Harry said. "The dragon was likely part of whatever protections Morgaine's followers put in place centuries ago. Taking the fragment could destroy more than we realize." Before Hermione could respond, Harry added, "I've placed protective wards around the site. If Caro tries to access it, we'll know." He glanced at Susan and Dawlish, who nodded in agreement. Hermione looked up sharply, her voice firm. "That's a short-term solution, Harry. If Caro gets to another fragment before us, it won't matter how many wards you place. He'll have enough power to circumvent them." "We won't let him," Harry said, his voice steady, but his eyes dark with worry. "Where's the next lead?" Hermione hesitated, then pulled out a second map. "There's been increased magical activity near the ruins of Tintagel in Cornwall. It could be coincidence, but—" Her voice trailed off. "It's not," Harry said decisively. "We'll leave first thing tomorrow." As he spoke, a gnawing unease settled in his chest. The fragments weren't just pieces of an ancient artifact. They were keys to a power that could reshape the wizarding world. And Caro was getting closer. The journey to Tintagel began at dawn. The cliffs of Cornwall, rugged and ancient, loomed against the backdrop of the stormy sea, as Harry, Susan, and Dawlish apparated to a secluded beach below the famed ruins. The salty tang of the ocean air mingled with the faint hum of lingering magic in the air, setting an ominous tone for their mission. The ruins of Tintagel Castle were a site steeped in legend, its history intertwined with stories of King Arthur and Merlin. Though largely ignored by Muggles as a mere tourist attraction, the wizarding world whispered of its true significance, a sanctuary of ancient magical artifacts, long since forgotten by modern wizards. If there was another fragment of Morgaine's scepter, it could easily be hidden here. Hermione's research had pointed them to a specific location beneath the castle, an underground passage rumored to lead to a hidden chamber. This chamber, she theorized, might contain not only a fragment, but also clues to aid in Caro's plans. "We need to move quickly," Harry said, pulling his cloak tighter against the coastal wind. "If Caro's already here, we can't afford to waste time." Susan nodded, her wand at the ready. Dawlish gave a curt grunt, his eyes scanning the cliffs for any sign of danger. Navigating the crumbling remains of the castle was treacherous. Loose stones threatened to give way beneath their feet, and the sharp wind howled through the ruins, like a warning. Susan was the first to notice it. A faint shimmer near the base of the western tower, barely visible against the jagged rocks. "Over here!" she called, pointing her wand at the shimmering area. As Harry and Dawlish joined her, the shimmering grew brighter, revealing an intricately carved archway that had been concealed by a disillusionment charm. "Classic concealment," Dawlish muttered. "Amateurs." Harry ignored him, focusing on the runes etched into the stone. They bore a striking resemblance to the ones on the altar in Glenfinnan, but these seemed older, more intricate. He traced them with his fingers, feeling a faint pulse of magic beneath the surface. "This is it," he said. "The passage is sealed, but we should be able to break through." Susan stepped forward, her wand moving in a precise pattern. "Alohomora won't work on something this old. Let me try." She muttered an incantation under her breath, and the runes began to glow softly. With a low rumble, the archway opened, revealing a dark, narrow staircase descending into the earth. Harry led the way, his wand lighting the path ahead. The air grew colder as they descended, and the sound of the crashing waves faded into silence. The passage opened into a wide chamber, its walls lined with shelves of ancient tomes and artifacts. In the center of the room stood a pedestal, and upon it lay another fragment of the scepter, its faint glow casting eerie shadows across the walls. Before Harry could approach the fragment, a low hum filled the chamber, growing louder with each passing moment. The air shimmered, and an ancient voice echoed around them. "Who dares disturb the sanctuary of Morgaine?" Harry froze. The voice wasn't human. It seemed to come from the very walls of the chamber. Susan and Dawlish raised their wands, their eyes scanning the room for the source of the sound. "We mean no harm," Harry said, his voice steady. "We seek to protect what lies here." The voice laughed, a deep, echoing sound that sent chills down Harry's spine. "Protection or possession? Only the worthy may approach." As the voice faded, the chamber began to shift. The walls shimmered, and the ground beneath their feet transformed into a vast expanse of jagged rocks and swirling mist. The fragment remained on the pedestal, but it was now surrounded by an invisible barrier. "What's happening?" Dawlish demanded, his wand raised. "It's a test," Susan said, her voice tense. "Ancient magic. We have to prove our worth." Harry stepped forward cautiously. The moment he did, the ground beneath him trembled, and a figure emerged from the mist, a shimmering, translucent projection of Morgaine herself. Her eyes glowed with an otherworldly light, and her voice was both commanding and cold. "To take the fragment is to claim its power," she said. "But power without wisdom brings destruction. Prove your resolve or perish." Morgaine raised her hand, and the mist coalesced into 3 separate forms, each a reflection of a moment from Harry's past. The first was a younger version of himself, standing in the Forbidden Forest, prepared to face Voldemort. The second was Cedric Diggory, lying lifeless in the graveyard where Voldemort had risen again. The third was Sirius Black, falling through the veil in the Department of Mysteries. Harry's breath caught in his throat. These weren't just memories. They were manifestations of his greatest failures and sacrifices. "What do you see?" Susan asked, her voice distant. Harry realized she couldn't see what he was seeing. "My past," he said quietly. "It's testing me." "Face them," Morgaine's voice commanded. "Only by embracing your pain can you claim the power to protect others." Harry stepped toward the figures, his heart pounding. The younger version of himself stared back at him with defiance, while Cedric's lifeless form seemed to accuse him silently. Sirius's figure was the hardest to face, his eyes filled with a mix of regret and understanding. "I couldn't save you," Harry said, his voice trembling. "But I won't let those sacrifices be in vain." As he spoke, the figures began to fade, replaced by a soft golden light. Morgaine's voice returned, softer this time. "You carry the weight of the past, but you do not let it define you. You are worthy." The mist dissipated, and the chamber returned to normal. The barrier around the fragment vanished, and Harry stepped forward, carefully picking it up. Unlike the first fragment, this one felt warm, its energy pulsing gently in his hand. As they ascended back to the surface, Susan glanced nervously over her shoulder. "That was intense. Do you think the others will be like that?" "Probably," Harry said, pocketing the fragment. "But we'll deal with it when we get there." When they emerged from the passage, the storm had worsened. Rain lashed against the cliffs, and the wind howled with a ferocity that made it difficult to stand. Harry paused, scanning the horizon. Something felt wrong. "We're not alone," he said, his hand tightening around his wand. A figure stepped out from the shadows of the ruins, cloaked and hooded. Though his face was obscured, the arrogance in his stance was unmistakable. "Aiden Caro," Harry said, his voice steady. Caro chuckled, his voice cold and mocking. "You're too late, Potter. The pieces are already falling into place." Before Harry could respond, Caro raised his wand, and a blast of dark magic surged toward them. Harry barely managed to deflect it, the force of the spell sending him staggering back. By the time he regained his footing, Caro was gone, leaving only the echo of his laughter on the wind. Back at the ministry, Harry recounted the encounter to Hermione, who listened intently. "He's watching us," Harry said. "He knows what we're doing." "Which means he's already ahead," Hermione replied. "We need to move faster. The next fragment won't wait for us." Harry nodded, the weight of the fragment in his pocket a constant reminder of the stakes. The battle was only just beginning, and the path ahead was more dangerous than ever. The encounter with Aiden Caro left an ominous shadow lingering over Harry and his team. Back at the ministry, Hermione's war room was a flurry of activity as they prepared for the next leg of the hunt. The fragment, recovered from Tintagel, now sat in a protective case, glowing faintly with ancient energy. Despite their progress, a growing sense of unease crept into every conversation. Caro's confidence, and his ominous claim that the pieces are falling into place, weighed heavily on Harry's mind. Harry stood at the table in Hermione's office, tracing his finger over a map of Britain dotted with magical sites. Each marked location represented a potential fragment or a clue about the Scepter of Morgaine. Hermione and Susan were deep in discussion, while Dawlish leaned against the wall, his face grim. "Anything new from the Department of Mysteries?" Harry asked without looking up. Hermione shook her head. "No leads. Their archives on Morgaine's artifacts are sparse at best. Everything else is locked behind centuries of secrecy." "Then we need to focus on what we do know," Harry said, straightening. "We have 2 fragments. If Caro is ahead of us, we need to think like him. Where would he go next?" Hermione pointed to a location marked near Stonehenge. "This area is rich in ancient magic. Some texts suggest it was once a convergence point for magical ley lines, used by druids for rituals. If another fragment is out there, it could be hidden somewhere within the radius of these ley lines." Dawlish frowned. "That's a vast area to cover. He could have already beaten us there." "Not if we start now," Harry said firmly. "We can't afford to waste time." The journey to Stonehenge brought the team face to face with a land steeped in magical history. Arriving near dusk, They apparated just outside the main tourist area, avoiding the Muggle crowds. The ancient stone stood silhouetted against the fiery horizon, a solemn reminder of the mysteries buried beneath the surface. "This doesn't feel right," Susan murmured as they approached the site. The air was thick with magic, the kind that prickled at the edges of the senses. Harry nodded. "Keep your wands ready. If Caro's been here, we'll know." Hermione's map had pinpointed an area just south of the main structure, a grove of trees untouched by time. The team moved cautiously through the grove, their footsteps muffled by the dense undergrowth. It didn't take long before they found it. A clearing with a single standing stone in the center, marked with the same runes they had seen at Glenfinnan and Tintagel. "This has to be it," Hermione said, kneeling to examine the runes. "They're active. Someone's been here recently." Harry's grip tightened on his wand. "Then we're not alone." Before anyone could respond, a deafening crack echoed through the clearing. Black-robed figures emerged from the shadows, their wands drawn. Caro's followers. Harry counted at least 6, their faces hidden beneath hoods, their movements precise and coordinated. "Potter," one of them sneered, his voice laced with contempt. "You're meddling in matters far beyond your understanding." Harry didn't hesitate. "Stupefy!" he shouted, sending a jet of red light toward the speaker. The spell hit its mark, and the figure crumpled to the ground. The clearing erupted into chaos. Spells lit up the darkening sky, their colors flashing like fireworks. Harry dodged a stunning spell and returned fire, narrowly missing one of the attackers. Susan and Dawlish moved in tandem, their training evident as they deflected curses and retaliated with precision. "Protect the stone!" Harry shouted, positioning himself between the standing stone and the attackers. One of the robed figures broke through their defenses, raising his wand toward the stone. "Incendio!" Flames erupted around the stone, but instead of consuming it, the fire was absorbed into the runes, causing them to glow brighter. The ground beneath them trembled, and a deafening roar filled the air. "Stop him!" Hermione yelled, casting a shield charm to protect the group. Harry lunged forward, tackling the attacker before he could cast another spell. The two grappled on the ground, but Harry's years of training as an Auror gave him the edge. With a swift movement, he disarmed the man and sent him flying with a well-placed spell. As the last of Caro's followers fled into the shadows, the runes on the stone pulsed with a blinding light. The ground shook violently, and cracks appeared in the stone's surface. Slowly, a fragment emerged from within, hovering in the air. "Another fragment," Hermione said, her voice a mix of awe and relief. But before Harry could reach for it, the air shimmered, and a figure apparated into the clearing. Aiden Caro. His presence was commanding, his wand already raised, a smirk playing on his lips. "Impressive," Caro said, his tone mocking. "You've done all the hard work for me." "Stay back," Harry warned, his wand trained on Caro. Caro laughed. "You think you can stop me, Potter? You don't even understand what you're holding. Morgaine's power is far beyond anything you've faced before." Without warning, Caro cast a spell that sent Harry hurtling backward. Susan and Dawlish rushed to defend him, but Caro was quick, deflecting their attacks with ease. Hermione stepped forward, her wand glowing as she prepared a counterattack. "Enough!" Caro bellowed, his voice amplified by magic. The force of his shout sent a shockwave through the clearing, knocking everyone to the ground. He reached for the fragment, his eyes gleaming with triumph. Just as Caro's hand closed around the fragment, Harry forced himself to his feet, his wand trembling in his hand. Summoning every ounce of his strength, he cast a spell that struck the fragment, causing it to emit a blinding light. Caro recoiled, dropping the fragment as it burned his hand. Harry seized the opportunity, diving forward and grabbing the fragment. The moment his hand closed around it, a surge of energy coursed through him, and the clearing fell silent. Caro glared at him, his expression dark. "This isn't over, Potter," he said, before apparating away, his followers vanishing with him. Back at the Ministry, Hermione examined the fragment, her face pale. "This one is different," she said. "The magic is stronger, more unstable. The more fragments we gather, the more dangerous they become." Harry leaned against the desk, exhaustion etched into his features. "Caro won't stop. We need to find the remaining fragments before he does." Hermione nodded. "The next location is already marked," she said, pointing to a spot on the map. "But we'll need more than luck this time. He's getting stronger." As Harry stared at the map, he couldn't shake the feeling that they were running out of time. The Scepter of Morgaine was no longer just a legend. It was a weapon, and the battle to control it was only just beginning. The Ministry of Magic was a hive of tension as Harry, Hermione, Susan, and Dawlish gathered for their final briefing. The air was heavy with unspoken urgency as Hermione unfurled a map on the long oak table in her office. It displayed the final suspected location of the last fragment of the Scepter of Morgaine, an ancient, abandoned monastery on the northernmost cliffs of Ireland, perched above the raging Atlantic. "This is it," Hermione said, her voice steady, but tinged with apprehension. "The monastery was once a stronghold for magical druids. It's the last place where Morgaine herself was said to have performed her most powerful rituals. If the final fragment exists, it's there." Harry leaned over the map, his fingers brushing the parchment. "And Caro?" Hermione nodded grimly. "He'll be there. The fragments he's already gathered will draw him to the final one. This is where it ends." The team apparated to the base of the cliffs, where the winds howled like a chorus of banshees. The remains of the monastery loomed above them, its silhouette jagged and foreboding against the overcast sky. The path to the ruins was treacherous, with narrow, crumbling stone steps winding their way up the cliffs. Harry led the way, his wand illuminating the path as they ascended. The ocean roared far below, the waves crashing against the rocks with relentless fury. Every step felt like a trial, the weight of their mission pressing down on them. As they reached the monastery's entrance, they paused. The stone doors were adorned with ancient runes, glowing faintly in the dim light. Hermione stepped forward, her wand tracing the runes. "These are protection spells," she said. "Old and powerful. It's meant to keep intruders out." "Can you break them?" Harry asked. Hermione nodded. "It'll take time." As she began her work, Dawlish and Susan stood watch, their wands at the ready. Harry scanned the cliffs below, half expecting to see Caro and his followers appear at any moment. The tension was suffocating. Finally, with a low rumble, the doors swung open, revealing the monastery's interior. The air was thick with the scent of age and decay, and the faint glow of magical energy seemed to pulse from the walls. The team moved cautiously through the monastery's dark halls, their footsteps echoing off the stone. The path led them to a vast chamber at the heart of the ruins. At its center stood a pedestal, and on it rested the final fragment of the scepter. The runes carved into the pedestal glowed brightly, casting eerie shadows across the room. "This is it," Harry said, his voice barely above a whisper. Before they could move closer, the sound of footsteps echoed behind them. They turned as Aiden Caro and his followers entered the chamber, their wands drawn. Caro's eyes gleamed with triumph as he stepped forward, the fragments he'd already gathered glowing faintly at his side. "You've done well, Potter," Caro said, his voice dripping with mockery. "But you're too late. The power of the scepter belongs to me." "You don't know what you're dealing with, Caro," Harry said, his wand aimed at the dark wizard. "This isn't power you can control." Caro laughed. "And you think you can? You're just as blind as Dumbledore was. Power belongs to those who dare to take it." The chamber erupted into chaos as spells flew in every direction. Harry and Caro dueled at the center of the room, their wands emitting flashes of light as their spells clashed. Susan and Dawlish engaged Caro's followers, their teamwork keeping the attackers at bay. Hermione, meanwhile, worked her way toward the pedestal, her focus entirely on the fragment. She could feel its magic pulsing, stronger than anything she'd encountered before. It wasn't just a piece of the scepter, it was the heart of its power. Caro's laughter echoed through the chamber as he unleashed a barrage of dark magic. Harry barely managed to deflect it, the force of the spells pushing him back. But he refused to give ground. "You think you're strong enough to stop me, Potter?" Caro sneered. "You've spent your life fighting, but you've never understood what it means to win." "I understand enough," Harry shot back, his voice steady despite the strain. "Power without purpose is meaningless." With a surge of determination, Harry cast a disarming spell that knocked Caro's wand from his hand. But before he could press his advantage, Caro reached for the fragments at his side, their glow intensifying as he channeled their power. The fragments began to rise, their energy converging above the pedestal. Caro's laughter grew louder as the fragments fused into a single, glowing scepter. The chamber shook violently, the air crackling with raw magic. Hermione shouted, "Harry, we have to stop him. If the scepter stabilizes, it'll be unstoppable." Harry didn't hesitate. He charged toward Caro, his wand emitting a beam of light that struck the scepter. The force of the impact sent both men sprawling to the ground, but the scepter's energy continued to grow, filling the chamber with blinding light. Realizing there was no other way, Harry reached for the scepter, his hand trembling as he grasped its handle. The moment he touched it, he felt the overwhelming weight of its power, a force that threatened to consume him. But instead of succumbing, he focused every ounce of his will on containing the energy. "Hermione," he shouted, "I need you to bind it." Now!" Hermione nodded, her wand moving in a complex pattern as she chanted an incantation. The runes on the pedestal began to glow, forming a barrier around the scepter. The energy crackled and surged, but slowly the light began to fade. With a final burst of magic, the scepter shattered into countless shards, its power dissipating into the air. The chamber fell silent, the oppressive energy replaced by an almost serene calm. Caro lay unconscious, his followers either defeated or fled. Harry dropped to his knees, exhaustion washing over him. Hermione rushed to his side, her expression a mix of relief and concern. Back at the Ministry, the shattered fragments of the scepter were placed in a secure vault, warded with the most powerful enchantments known to wizardkind. Caro was imprisoned, his plans thwarted. In Hermione's office, the team gathered one final time. Susan raised a glass of butterbeer, her smile weary but genuine. "To the end of Morgaine's scepter." "To the end," Harry said, his voice quiet. But as he looked at the fragments, he couldn't shake the feeling that their victory was only temporary. The power of Morgaine's magic was too great to be forgotten, and he knew that one day someone else might try to claim it. For now, though, the world was safe, and that was enough. The house was quiet, eerily so. For years, Ron Weasley had grown accustomed to a life filled with noise. The endless chatter of the burrow, the shouts and laughter in the Gryffindor common room, the battle cries and explosions of war. Silence, true silence, had never been something he associated with peace. And yet, here it was, a quiet home, far removed from the chaos of their past, cradling a fragile new life within its walls. Ron lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, listening. A gentle whimper broke through the silence. Before he could react, Hermione was already stirring beside him, her movements slow and practiced, like someone who had long accepted that sleep would never be uninterrupted again. She sat up, brushing a few wild curls from her face, and groaned softly as she swung her legs over the edge of the bed. "I'll go," Ron mumbled, sitting up as well. Hermione shot him a weary glance, but didn't argue. With a deep breath, he pushed himself up, the wooden floor cool beneath his feet. His wand rested on the nightstand, but he didn't need it. He knew the way by heart now. Through the dim hallway, past the bookshelves lined with Hermione's ever-growing collection of wizarding law texts, past the cozy sitting room that smelled faintly of ink and tea. The house still felt new, still felt like it was learning how to be theirs. He reached the nursery and pushed the door open just enough to let himself slip inside. In the soft glow of a nightlight, Rose Weasley, barely 3 months old, lay in her crib, her tiny fists waving in the air as she fussed, her face scrunched up with displeasure. Ron smiled despite himself. She was so small, so impossibly small, and yet she had completely changed their world. "Hey, Rosie," he whispered, reaching down to pick her up. Her warmth settled against his chest, her cries softening the moment she was held. It was still strange to him, how effortless it had become to comfort her. How, despite every battle, every duel, every impossible situation he had ever faced, this was what truly terrified him. Fatherhood. Ron rocked her gently, his fingers brushing against the soft wisps of red hair on her head. "You really are a Weasley, aren't you?" he murmured. Rose gurgled, her tiny hand gripping his thumb. Ron's chest tightened. Downstairs, the scent of fresh coffee filled the kitchen, and Hermione stood by the counter, flipping through a stack of ministry documents with one hand, while balancing a mug of tea in the other. "You know, most people take maternity leave seriously," Ron said as he entered, gently bouncing Rose in his arms. Hermione shot him a look, but there was no real annoyance behind it. And most people don't have to rewrite the entire legal framework of wizarding Britain after the war, she replied, flipping to the next page. Ron pulled out a chair and sat, adjusting Rose in his arms. "Yeah, well, most people aren't Hermione Granger, are they?" Hermione sighed, setting the papers aside. "I'm trying to balance things, Ron. I really am. But the ministry is still a mess. Kingsley is doing his best, but there's so much work left to be done. The old laws, the corruption. You don't have to fix it all in one go," Ron interrupted gently. Hermione hesitated. "I know," she admitted after a moment. "But if I don't, who will?" Ron studied her, taking in the dark circles under her eyes, the way her shoulders remained tense, even in the comfort of their home. She had spent so long fighting, first as a student, then in the war, and now even after Voldemort was gone, she was still fighting. Only this time it was against politics and bureaucracy, instead of dark wizards. "You're allowed to rest," he said softly. "Even you, Hermione." She sighed again, but smiled as she reached out, brushing her fingers against Rose's tiny hand. "She looks so much like you," Hermione murmured. Ron smirked. "Poor thing." Hermione chuckled, but there was something sad in her eyes. "What is it?" he asked. She hesitated before answering. "It's just... sometimes I think about how much she won't have to go through. She'll never know what it's like to live in fear, to fight the way we did." Ron swallowed. He had thought about that too. There had been a time, not so long ago, when they had truly believed they wouldn't live to see peace. And now, here they were, alive, married, with a daughter who would never know Voldemort's name the way they had. "That's a good thing, though, isn't it?" he said. Hermione nodded. "Yes, but it also makes me wonder, how do we teach her to be strong if she never has to struggle the way we did?" Ron was quiet for a long moment before he spoke. "By showing her what we fought for," he said. "By making sure she grows up in a world where she never has to wonder if she's safe. And if she ever does struggle, she'll have us to help her through it. That's more than we ever had." Hermione blinked, surprised by his words. Then slowly she smiled. "You really are brilliant sometimes," she teased. Ron grinned. "Don't tell my mum, or she'll expect more from me." Hermione rolled her eyes, but the tension in her shoulders eased. Maybe, just maybe, she could allow herself to believe that the war was truly over. That night, long after the house had fallen silent once more, Hermione woke with a start. Her breath was ragged, her heart pounding. It took her a moment to remember where she was, to shake the lingering fog of the nightmare she had just woken from. She turned, finding Ron beside her, his arm draped protectively over her waist. His presence was steady, real, a reminder that they had made it through the fire. But the dream still clung to her. She had been back at Hogwarts, back in the Great Hall, after the battle. Only this time, when she looked down at the bodies of the fallen, she saw faces that weren't supposed to be there. Ron, Rose. The war was over. Voldemort was gone. And yet, the fear remained. She let out a slow breath, forcing herself to let go of the images in her mind. She reached for Ron's hand, squeezing it gently. He stirred slightly, murmuring in his sleep, but didn't wake. Hermione closed her eyes. Peace had come. But could she ever truly believe in it? As the house settled into silence once more, Hermione didn't have an answer. Not yet. But she wanted to. And maybe that was enough. For now. The Ministry of Magic had changed since the war, but not enough. Hermione had known this when she accepted her position at the Department for Magical Law Enforcement. Kingsley Shacklebolt had done his best as minister, reforming laws, purging corruption, ensuring no more Dark Lords could rise to power unnoticed. But the deeper Hermione delved into the Ministry's archives, the more she realized that the past wasn't so easily erased. Not when some people still clung to it in secret. She stood outside the Office of Magical Records, a leather-bound folder clutched tightly in her hands. The parchment inside still felt warm, as though it didn't want to be read. Classified, confidential, restricted to the minister's inner circle. She had found it by accident, or so she told herself. A routine case had led her into a maze of reports about captured Death Eaters, those who had been sentenced to Azkaban, those who had gone into hiding. But buried beneath layers of official reports, she had discovered something far more disturbing. A list of names. People who should have been arrested, but never were. People who had been protected, their crimes ignored, their files mysteriously missing. And one name stood out among them: Augustus Travers. Hermione's pulse quickened as she scanned the file again. Travers had been one of Voldemort's most ruthless enforcers, responsible for dozens of attacks on Muggle villages. The last time she had seen his name, it had been on an official list of Death Eaters captured after the Battle of Hogwarts. But the report she held now told a different story. Travers had never been taken to Azkaban. He had never stood trial. Instead, his name had disappeared, his case conveniently closed, his whereabouts unaccounted for. Hermione's grip tightened on the folder. Someone inside the Ministry had helped him escape. And if Travers was still out there, who else had been spared? She needed to speak to Kingsley, immediately. Meanwhile, at Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, Ron leaned against the counter, half listening as George haggled with a stubborn customer over the price of a set of decoy detonators. 2 galleons, the witch scoffed. That's robbery. George folded his arms. Madam, these detonators are top quality. They'll have your enemies confused for at least 5 minutes. perfect for evading troublesome ministry inspectors. Or Aurors, the witch muttered. George's expression darkened, but before he could say anything, Ron cleared his throat loudly, stepping between them. 3 galleons or nothing, he said flatly. We're not running a charity. The witch glared, then threw 3 galleons on the counter and stormed out. George smirked. Smooth, little brother. Very smooth. Ron shrugged, rubbing the back of his neck. Something was off about her. George raised an eyebrow. You mean besides her terrible bargaining skills? Ron frowned. The woman had asked too many questions, hovering around the shop longer than necessary, watching the customers, watching him. This wasn't the first time either. For the past 2 weeks, Ron had noticed strange visitors, people who never bought anything, who lingered outside, who seemed too interested in the joke shop for all the wrong reasons. Maybe I'm just being paranoid, Ron admitted. But I've got a bad feeling. George chuckled, clapping him on the back. That's just fatherhood. You're turning into Dad. Ron laughed, but the unease remained. Later that afternoon, as he was locking up the shop, he noticed something. Across the street, standing half hidden in the shadows of an alleyway, the same woman from earlier watched him. And when she saw that he had noticed her, she turned and vanished into thin air. Hermione stood in Kingsley Shacklebolt's office, waiting as the minister skimmed through the classified file. His brow furrowed. This is troubling, he admitted. Travers should have been imprisoned years ago. Exactly, Hermione said. Someone in the ministry covered for him. Someone powerful enough to erase an entire trial from the records. Kingsley set the file down, exhaling. It wouldn't be the first time. Many of Voldemort's sympathizers embedded themselves within our system long before the war. Even after his fall, some of them still hold influence. Hermione's stomach churned. So, what do we do? Kingsley leaned forward. I'll start an internal investigation, but we must be careful. If someone inside the ministry is protecting former Death Eaters, they won't simply give themselves up. Hermione nodded. And what about Travers? Kingsley's gaze darkened. Find him. That night, back at home, Hermione sat across from Ron at the kitchen table, the classified file open between them. He had listened to her explanation in silence, his expression shifting from curiosity to concern. So, he said finally, you're telling me that the bloody ministry has been hiding Death Eaters, and Kingsley just found out about it today? Hermione sighed. It's not that simple, Ron. The ministry was compromised for years. Kingsley has spent the last 5 years trying to undo the damage. But this is worse than we thought. Ron's fingers tapped the table. Well, funny thing about that. Hermione frowned. What? Ron hesitated, then leaned forward. There was a woman at the shop today. Same one I've seen before. She was watching me. Hermione's heart skipped a beat. You think she's connected? Ron shrugged. I don't know. But if someone inside the ministry is covering for these bastards, maybe some of them aren't happy that you're asking questions. Hermione swallowed hard. If Travers was still out there, if other Death Eaters had slipped through the cracks, then this wasn't just about politics anymore. It was personal, for all of them. And whoever was trying to bury the past, they had just made a serious mistake, because Hermione Granger wasn't going to let it go. Hermione sat at her desk, staring at the sealed files before her, her fingers drumming restlessly against the wooden surface. The Ministry of Magic was supposed to be free of corruption after the war. Kingsley had fought to cleanse it, to remove the stains of Voldemort's influence, to ensure justice prevailed. But justice had failed. Travers was still out there, and he wasn't the only one. Someone inside the ministry had made sure that certain names never reached Azkaban. Someone had made sure records were erased, trials were never held, and dangerous men walked free. And that someone was still working in the shadows. Hermione clenched her fists. She wouldn't let it go. She spent the next few hours poring over old case files, cross-referencing arrest reports, witness testimonies, and trial records. Every document she examined led to the same disturbing pattern. Some Death Eaters had clear, open case files with complete records. Others had gaps in their histories, files missing key evidence. Some, like Travers, had vanished from records entirely, as if they had never been caught. Hermione felt a cold realization settle in her stomach. This wasn't an accident. It was deliberate. Whoever had protected Travers had done it, with ministry authority. Her quill hovered over her notes when a parchment slipped onto her desk, carried by a quiet ministry memo. No name, no signature. She opened it carefully. Meet me tonight. The files were erased, but I know where the real records are hidden. Come alone. The message was unsigned. The location, a deserted corridor near the ministry's underground archives. A chill ran through Hermione. This was a risk. But if someone inside the ministry was willing to talk, she couldn't ignore it. The corridor was cold and dimly lit, deep beneath the ministry's archives. Few ever came down here, save for historians and record keepers. Hermione checked her watch. The informant was late. Her heartbeat quickened. Then she saw it. A body, slumped against the far wall. Hermione's breath caught in her throat. She rushed forward, wand drawn, heart pounding. The figure, a hooded wizard in ministry robes, was motionless. A dagger protruded from his chest, his blood darkening the floor. Hermione dropped to her knees beside him. A single word was burned into the stone beside him. Forgotten. The realization hit her like a thunderbolt. She wasn't the only one looking into this. And now, whoever had been willing to talk was dead. Her hands trembled as she cast a quick spell, searching for any traces of magical residue. But whoever had done this had been careful. No spell signatures, no traces left behind. Only the corpse and the warning. She had just stepped into something much bigger than she had imagined. And now, they knew she was looking. Hermione barely made it back to her office before Harry stormed in, his face a mixture of frustration and concern. "What the hell were you thinking?" he demanded, slamming a stack of files onto her desk. Hermione barely looked up. "Hello to you too." Harry's jaw clenched. "Don't do that. You were at the crime scene, weren't you?" Hermione's hand froze mid-air over her papers. "How did you—" Harry crossed his arms. "Because I've been investigating something similar. And now someone inside the Ministry is dead." Hermione exhaled, rubbing her temples. "I didn't expect—" "You didn't expect to find a corpse," Harry cut in. "Hermione, you're not an Auror. This is our job." Hermione shot him a glare. "And what exactly have you found, Harry?" Harry hesitated for a fraction of a second. Hermione pounced. "That's what I thought," she said. "I had a lead, and now they're gone. So instead of lecturing me, maybe you should help me figure out who's trying to bury the past." For a long moment, Harry said nothing. Then he sighed and ran a hand through his hair. "Fine. But if we're doing this, we do it together." Hermione nodded. "Deal." Meanwhile, at Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, Ron sat in his office, arms folded, watching the woman through the enchanted glass window. She had returned. The same mysterious woman who had been watching the shop for days. The one who had disappeared into thin air last time he tried to follow her. This time, he wouldn't let her slip away. As soon as she stepped away from the alley opposite the shop, Ron was already on the move. He grabbed his cloak, gave a quick nod to George, and slipped into the street, following her at a careful distance. The woman walked quickly, weaving through Diagon Alley, and eventually ducking into a narrow side street that led toward Nocturne Alley. Ron hesitated. This wasn't some curious customer. Whoever she was, she knew exactly where she was going. Taking a deep breath, he followed. She turned a final corner and disappeared into a hidden courtyard, a place Ron had never noticed before, despite growing up in the wizarding world. A lone sign hung above a nondescript wooden door. The Hollow Hearth. Private entry only. Ron pressed himself against a wall, watching as the woman entered the building without a second glance. A secret meeting place? A hideout? Whatever it was, she wasn't alone. Before the door shut, Ron caught a glimpse of a hooded figure waiting inside. And not just any figure. Augustus Travers. Back at the Ministry, Hermione and Harry worked quickly. Harry had pulled restricted case files, piecing together patterns that should never have been ignored. 3 key witnesses: a former snatcher turned informant, a Ministry archivist who handled classified records, a retired hit wizard who specialized in Death Eater hunting, all missing. And now, Hermione's informant had joined that list. Except they hadn't disappeared. They had been silenced permanently. Hermione flipped through an older record, her hands tightening around the edges. "Harry," she murmured, placing a shaking finger on a name. "Look." He leaned over. His jaw clenched. Alistair Mulciber. A name from the First Wizarding War, long thought dead. A Death Eater who had specialized in mind magic, memory erasure, and infiltration. And his case file had been wiped clean, the same way Travers's had. The realization settled over them like ice. What if they never really lost? Hermione whispered. Harry met her gaze. What do you mean? What if, after Voldemort fell, some of them found a way to hide in plain sight? Harry's grip on the chair tightened. you're saying... I'm saying the war didn't end for all of them. A shadow war. One fought not with dark marks and open battle, but with erased records, hidden alliances, and silent murders. And they had just walked right into the middle of it. It happened faster than Hermione expected. One moment, she was standing in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, discussing Travers' case with Harry, their theories still taking shape. The next, 2 uniformed wizards stepped into the office, their expressions unreadable. "Miss Granger," one of them said formally, "by order of the Minister's Council, you are hereby placed under suspension, pending an internal investigation." Silence. The words rang in her ears, muffled by the pounding of her own heartbeat. Harry was the first to react. "What?" he snapped, stepping in front of her. "On what grounds?" The lead enforcer, Matthias Crowley, an old bureaucrat who had survived every political shift in the ministry, glanced at Hermione before producing a sealed parchment. "The Council has received evidence suggesting that Miss Granger has tampered with ministry records," he stated flatly, "specifically in connection to the cases of escaped Death Eaters." Hermione felt ice settle in her stomach. Her files, the investigation into Travers. Someone had set her up. "That's absurd," she said, keeping her voice even. "I'm leading the inquiry into those cases. Why would I sabotage my own work?" Crowley didn't blink. "That is what the Council intends to determine. You are to surrender your wand and remain in ministry custody until further notice." Harry's anger darkened the air around them. "This is ridiculous. You don't have the authority." Crowley cut him off. "Actually, Potter, we do." With a flick of his wand, Crowley produced a second document, one stamped with the official seal of the Wizengamot. The minister himself had signed it. Kingsley. Hermione's heart clenched. This wasn't just political maneuvering. This was carefully planned. And whoever was behind it had gone high enough to make sure she was removed before she uncovered the truth. She took a deep breath, staring at Crowley. "I want to see the minister," she said coldly. Crowley shook his head. "Minister Shacklebolt is unavailable at this time." Harry took a step closer, his wand gripped tightly. "You're making a mistake, Crowley." Crowley ignored him and turned to Hermione. "Your wand, Miss Granger." Her fingers tightened around it. Giving up her wand meant giving up her defenses. It meant giving them control. She weighed her options, and chose quickly. Hermione moved first. She gripped her wand tight, flicked it upward, and sent a shockwave of magic blasting through the office. Papers flew into the air, desks slammed aside, and Crowley's enforcers staggered backward, caught off guard. "Run," Harry muttered, already moving. Hermione didn't hesitate. She turned and bolted. The hallways of the Ministry of Magic had never felt so narrow. Hermione sprinted past stunned employees, the alarm bells ringing loudly above her. She knew exactly how this would play out. They would seal the exits. They would mobilize every available Auror. They would make sure she didn't leave. And then, once she was in custody, the real work would begin. Interrogation. Wand confiscation. Memory alteration, if necessary. Because that's what this was, wasn't it? Not a suspension. A removal. A cover-up. She reached the nearest lift just as the doors began to slide closed. She dove forward, slamming her hand against the panel. "Hold it!" The doors reopened, revealing a lone occupant. Ron. His mouth fell open in shock. "Hermione? No time," she gasped, grabbing him and shoving him to the back. "Hit the emergency override." "What the hell is happening?" Ron demanded, punching the override rune as she leaned against the wall, trying to catch her breath. "They framed me," she said, eyes darting toward the corridor. "They want me out of the way." Ron blinked, then frowned. "Well, bollocks to that." Hermione snorted despite herself. The lift jolted as it dropped faster than normal, bypassing floors. Ron turned to her, expression grim. "I think I know who they are." Hermione's breath hitched. "What?" Ron reached into his coat and pulled out a small slip of parchment, placing it in her hand. It was a name. Alastair Mulciber. Hermione's stomach dropped. Mulciber, one of Voldemort's oldest followers, a specialist in mind magic and memory alteration, and officially listed as deceased for over a decade. But if Ron had found his name, he was alive. Meanwhile, Harry Potter was breaking the law. He had stunned 2 enforcers, hexed Matthias Crowley's office shut, and interfered with a classified ministry order, all in the span of 5 minutes. And he didn't care. He stood outside Kingsley's private chamber, hands clenched into fists. If anyone could fix this, if anyone would listen, it was Kingsley Shacklebolt. Harry knocked once. No answer. Knocked twice. Silence. He cursed under his breath, then muttered, "Alohomora." The door didn't move. Harry frowned. He raised his wand, preparing a stronger unlocking spell. "He's not here." Harry spun around, wand raised, only to find himself face to face with Susan Bones, his fellow Auror, his colleague, his friend. Her brown eyes were serious. "Kingsley's gone." "What do you mean, gone?" Harry asked, narrowing his eyes. Susan hesitated. Then she said, "They took him." The words hit him like a curse. Ron and Hermione had just exited the ministry through a secret passageway when a loud crack split the air. They turned. A hooded figure stood behind them, wand already raised. Ron reacted instantly, shoving Hermione aside as a bolt of purple magic shot between them, barely missing his shoulder. The attacker didn't hesitate. They moved fast. Too fast. This wasn't just some hired mercenary. This was a professional. Hermione scrambled for her wand, but the figure was already closing in on Ron, their movements swift and eerily precise. Ron blocked their next curse, rolling behind an old stone column. "Hermione, run!" But Hermione didn't run, because she recognized their fighting style. She had seen it before, years ago, during the war. The fluid movements, the calculated precision, the way they twisted their wand at just the right angle. Her blood went cold. She knew who their attacker was. Alastair Mulciber, alive, and hunting them personally. Hermione didn't hesitate. She fired a stunning spell at Mulciber's back, but he twisted out of the way at the last second, the curse colliding with the stone wall behind him in a burst of sparks. Ron had barely rolled out of the way before Mulciber's wand flicked toward him again. Crucio. Ron threw up a shield charm, barely blocking the curse as he stumbled to the side, his breath ragged. Mulciber moved with eerie precision, his wandwork smooth and practiced, like a hunter playing with his prey. "You should have stayed out of this," he sneered, eyes flicking toward Hermione. "But you never knew when to quit." Hermione clenched her jaw. "And you never knew when you'd already lost." She sent a barrage of hexes at him, but Mulciber was too fast, dodging and weaving between curses like a shadow. Harry burst into the fight, his wand alight with power, sending a blazing jet of white-hot magic straight at Mulciber's chest. But Mulciber was already vanishing into the darkness, apparating deeper into the ruins. A coward's retreat, or a trap. Harry, Hermione, and Ron barely took a second to catch their breath before chasing after him. The ruins of Malfoy Manor were barely recognizable now. Blackened walls, collapsed ceilings, and corridors overgrown with ivy and time. Somewhere beneath their feet, Mulciber was still moving. Ron wiped blood from his mouth and spat onto the ground. How is he even alive? Hermione's mind raced. Kingsley said Mulciber was killed in the final days of the war. But if that was true, Harry cut in, his expression dark. Then someone brought him back. A chill ran through them, because the last time anyone had tried to cheat death, Voldemort had risen. The tunnels beneath Malfoy Manor were older than the estate itself, carved centuries ago by wizards who feared the very magic they sought to protect. And at the center of it all, a vault, a circular stone door covered in ancient runes, glowing faintly with magic too old and too dangerous to be forgotten. Mulciber stood before it, waiting, not running this time, not hiding, waiting for them. Ron's wand snapped up. "Give me one reason not to blast you off the face of the earth." Mulciber smiled. "Because if you do," he said, voice low and measured, "you'll never know the truth." Harry didn't lower his wand. "What truth?" Mulciber sighed, running a hand along the vault door. "You still don't get it, do you?" He turned to face them fully, the runes on the stone glowing brighter behind him. "You thought the war ended when Voldemort died," he said. "But wars don't end just because a leader falls. The magic remains. And so do the ones who still believe." Hermione's fingers tightened around her wand. "You mean the Dark Order?" Mulciber's lips curled into a smirk. "Call us what you like, but we've been working toward this for years. You thought you had won, but we have always been here, waiting for our time." Harry's voice was deadly quiet. "And what is that?" Mulciber turned back to the vault door. "You're about to find out." Mulciber raised his wand, and with one whispered incantation, the runes shattered like glass. The door groaned, then slowly began to open. Darkness spilled from within, thick and unnatural, like it had been trapped for centuries. Hermione's breath caught, because she felt the magic in the air, and it wasn't just old, it was alive. Ron's voice was a whisper. "What the hell is in there?" Mulciber smiled. a gift from the past. And then something moved in the shadows beyond the vault, something watching them, something that should never have existed. A figure stepped forward, its outline flickering between the real and the impossible. Its face wasn't fully formed, shifting in the dim torchlight, like it had been pieced together from broken memories and forgotten time. And when it spoke, Hermione's blood turned to ice, because she knew that voice, the voice that had haunted their nightmares, the voice that had been erased from the world nearly 2 decades ago. But now, it was here, speaking, calling out from the grave. Potter. Harry's hand shook around his wand, because it wasn't just any voice. It was Voldemort's, or something wearing his voice like a second skin. Mulciber grinned. "The Dark Lord may be gone," he said, "but his will never died." The vault erupted with magic, and the world descended into chaos. Spells exploded in every direction. Mulciber's wand flashed with dark curses, his magic fueled by something unnatural. Harry and Ron rushed forward, dueling him with everything they had, their spells tearing through the ancient chamber. Hermione moved fast, her mind racing. The vault. It wasn't a prison. It was a summoning chamber, a place where memories could be made real. Mulciber wasn't trying to bring Voldemort back. He was trying to create a new version of him. A Voldemort made not of flesh, but of magic. A Voldemort who would never die. And if they didn't stop this now, it wouldn't matter what they had fought for, because the war would begin again. Hermione ran to the vault, her wand glowing with white-hot magic. Protego Horribilis! A powerful shield spell erupted from her, slamming into the summoning magic, forcing it back into the vault. The Shadow Voldemort screamed, his form flickering. Mulciber turned, his eyes wild with fury. "No!" he roared, throwing a killing curse straight at her. Harry stepped in front of it. Expelliarmus! The spell collided midair, and the force knocked Mulciber back against the stone wall, his wand flying from his grip. Ron lunged forward, binding Mulciber in an instant, and with one final push, Hermione sealed the vault shut forever. The darkness vanished, the magic died, and with it, the last remnants of Voldemort's war were buried for good. The world would never know what almost happened that night. Mulciber was taken to Azkaban, but the Dark Order wasn't truly gone, just hidden again, waiting for their next opportunity. As Hermione, Ron, and Harry stood outside the ruins of Malfoy Manor, Ron let out a slow breath. "Do you think it's over?" Harry didn't answer right away. Then he looked at Hermione. She held his gaze, her fingers still curled around her wand. "No," she said quietly, "but at least we stopped it today." They walked away together, leaving the past buried behind them. For now. As the tale of Hermione and Ron, and the relentless pursuit of truth in the shadows of a changing world, draws to a close, let this story remind us of the burden of history, the courage to face the unknown, and the choices that define who we become. Through Hermione's unyielding determination, Ron's unwavering loyalty, and the battles fought against an enemy that refused to be forgotten, we discover that even in times of peace, vigilance is the price of freedom, and the past is never truly buried. Thank you for joining me tonight, my fellow adventurers. Until next time, may your dreams be filled with the echoes of lost magic, the warmth of unbreakable bonds, and the endless promise of stories yet to be told. Good night.